Yeah, you are reading this title right. Yes. Hiroki Totoki and Satya Nadella are destroying both staples in console gaming today. I mean, Totoki is single-handedly destroying PlayStation. This is on the heels of Satya destroying Xbox. And I know you guys are probably looking at this and you're like, hold on, what is the big deal here? These CEOs are bringing the parent companies to new highs. Satya Nadella has brought Microsoft to record-breaking highs financially and on the market, you know what I mean, that they've never seen before, even with Bill Gates and so forth, with their investments in LinkedIn and now their investments in AI and so forth. And now you got Hiroki Totoki, the newfound CEO of Sony, who, while Sony was in a little bit of rut because of their margins, they seem to still be moving in the right direction. He's doing things to get Sony's margins up. He's doing a lot of multi-billion-dollar deals. We've just heard about a deal with Bandai Namco that is supposed to be very profitable, that people are talking about positively in the market. So he's driving them in a financially prosperous direction, it appears. So what is the beef about? I mean, this is just business, right? Well, that's all fine and dandy if you got stock in these companies, right? But if you're a gamer, there's a serious problem with cultureless CEOs running gaming. And it was just shown in the latest job description that Sony has posted, and it's got the world of buzz. I mean, it's got Xbox fanboys making fun of the PlayStation fanboys and some PlayStation fanboys, some who I love, but honestly, I got to put on mute when it comes to this conversation because ain't no time for wood buffing and waxing from behind, right? And purposefully letting yourself get teabagged. Ain't no time for it now. This is a 5-alarm blaze. All responses, SOS, whatever you want to call it, we need to take care of this and take this seriously. So let's talk what happened, why this is really bad, and your boy got a solution, but it's an uncomfortable one. Let's get right into it, folks. What's up, everybody? It is your boy MM2K of Hard Knock Digital Culture, Cloud Dosage, and here MM2K Gaming back again with another episode of The Dose on YouTube. This is where we talk about the latest and greatest in the video game space. And man, oh man, oh man, I really do hate making these videos, but they got to be done. Before we get into all that, though, do us a huge favor, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and rock those bells for notifications, please. And do us a huge favor. A lot of you don't even see these videos when they come out. You're probably seeing this later and like, oh man, I missed this video, and you're missing our lives. YouTube is doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes or whatever. I'm not going to dog them out this time. I got enough on my plate to dog out between Totoki and Nadella. I'll just say this, because of all the construction that they're doing in the background, it may flip off your notifications. So what you're going to want to do is go to your bell, flick it off, and then flick it back onto all. That way you get notified when we're dropping content. I don't bombard you or spam you with stuff. So when you hit all, that's how you're going to get everything. And trust me, you'll be happy for it. All right. Let's get into what's going on today. And in order for me to do that, I got to do this. Let's make sure that I'm doing this right. Okay, here we go. All right. So here goes the news. Shout out to Charlie Intel. They say new PlayStation job listing states they are looking for someone to assist in bringing PlayStation Studios software titles across all digital platforms beyond PlayStation hardware, including Steam, Epic Games Store, Xbox, Nintendo, and mobile. And here goes the big excerpt from said posting. It says, reporting to the Vice President, Commercial Management, as Senior Director of Multi-Platform and Account Management, you will play a critical leadership role, in shaping and executing the global commercial strategy for PlayStation Studio software, titled across all digital platforms beyond PlayStation hardware, including Steam, Epic Games Store, Xbox, Nintendo, and mobile. This role is accountable for optimizing the profitability, ensuring cross-functional alignment, and leading a high-performing team focused on multi-platform expansion, mid-range commercial planning, and platform partner management. Okay. So there we go. There you have it. So yeah, going multi-platform. Now I know there's a lot of you that are sitting there saying, hold on, MM, this could mean this or this could mean that, or what's so bad about that. We'll get into that in a little bit. But yes, if this is a legitimate job posting, which would make, if it's not a legitimate job posting, which it would make a lot of what I'm about to say null and void, even though I still don't trust Sony. I think a lot of people are believing this. I'm not sure how well validated this is, but I believe it. I believe this is something they want to approach, even if this is not a real job posting, just off of the lies we've been told, the backtracks that have happened, and the fact that Hiroki Totoki, which is the worst thing that happened to Sony, is now in charge. And we'll get into all that. So we're going, for the rest of this video, we're going to assume and surmise that this is a legitimate job posting, even though I haven't gotten a chance to validate the sourcing. All right. So I want you guys to look at some other things that have been said here about all this. Here, in order to do that, let's go back to the web. So let's look at this. I want you to take a look at some things that I've had to say about this upon me reading this morning. I said, compromising your exclusives like this instead of using them to draw gamers to your entire marketplace, toe tags revenue, and eventually innovation. Only leadership untethered to the culture would lack this awareness. Welcome to the fateful sagas of Satya and Totoki. But I got more to say. This person, King Dave from Los Blancos, says PlayStation is going to learn very hard that your platform is and should be the only priority. And I got fire and shout out to PlayStation there. I love that tweet. It's a great tweet by King's Day from Los Blancos. Guapzilla also said, okay, so this is a response to the homie Detective C's. Detective C says, I'm going to break down the PlayStation position opening before you jump in the comments. I have said, I do not care about exclusivity, as I can play where I want to play. First responsibility to oversee. So he's breaking down certain things in this tweet, right? As far as the strategy and what it could mean and whether it's bad for the PlayStation brand or not. And Guapzilla just said, hey, look, man, we just gonna cut to the chase here. He said, well, they gonna hire some people to make PlayStation 5 games since their multi-plat portfolio is worth $700 million a year and their PlayStation 5 portfolio is worth $30 billion. It seems tone deaf and mathematically doesn't make a lick of sense. And I agree with him. And I say, facts, bro. I said, we've seen a decline in output and announced projects, but billions and more focused on an anime, TV, and other miscellaneous entertainment partnerships. Sony under Totoki is treating PlayStation like some branch off a Paramount Plus like approach when they the damn trunk, right? So I'll show you guys that tweet later. But yeah, so that's where I'm at with this, right? I don't like this at all. I think it's bad for gaming. And the problem is the non-cultured gaming CEOs. Again, I get what Satya's done for Microsoft, but what he's done for gaming, he has gutted gaming. He doesn't see the value in investing in your storefront through exclusives, investing in your hardware, and doing those in tandem so one doesn't cannibalize the other. Like, let's take, for instance, the Xbox Series X. The Xbox Series X, in theory, was not a horrible machine. Not the most innovative Xbox, but it packed a lot of punch. And, you know, people love this quick resume thing. You know what I'm saying? I think quick resume is more of a byproduct that is loved if you're a Game Pass gamer and you flip through titles. I mean, that's great, but most gamers, you know, they may be playing 2 or 3 games at a time. And, you know, something like quick resume isn't such adored as what PlayStation's already offered. Now, if it was available on PlayStation, I don't think people would complain, but, you know, tagging that as the innovation of the generation, I just don't know about that. And from what I understand, because I'm not the biggest PlayStation aficionado historically, PlayStation used to have these things called cards, right? That kind of work like that, I guess, I assume. So again, and cards went away, and I only heard it on a podcast. Shout out to Porter Rock. Porter Rock mentioned on his latest podcast close to this recording. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it. So again, not the most innovative machine, but it packed a pretty punch. What happened was this push for Game Pass and subscription models it cannibalized the power of the Series X. How? Because they focused so much on Game Pass and just accessibility to get you access to Game Pass that the Series S was created. Because the Series S was created, that completely bottlenecked the Series X, because now you have to run everything through the Series S and scale it up to the Series X capability. So the Series X, which on paper is significantly more powerful than the PlayStation 5 base, split hairs with it or underperformed in a lot of the current generation games. You know what I'm saying? And that effectively destroyed Xbox as we know it. So they're trying to rebrand it as some glorified third-party publisher that's just trying to get you access to their games however they can. They went from the solid, steadfast, super hardcore, super innovative platform that they were with the OG and the 360 to now a glorified Ubisoft. That's basically who they are. And they went and bought up all these IPs, and now they're gutting them. Even Call of Duty, even their successful IPs, they are gutting them. They are destroying the art within. Right? ZeniMax had that, what was that MMO that everybody was praising. Gone. Just like that. In an era where, because game development is becoming more and more timely to make AAA games, you got something good that's out there, an MMO. Right? Suck up a. All right, people. Yo. What is up, everybody? We are back. Good to be here with everybody. Good to see you guys. We already got a comment in the chat. Let's see what's going on. Cold Blood is in the house too. What's going on, Cold Blood? How you doing today, brother?
Good, bro. Good.
We're doing excellent, right? We're going to have, what were we talking about before we went live? We're going to be, we'll be doing a lot of overreacting, because apparently, those of us that have issues with that job description, we're overreacting, right? Yeah, we overreacted. We're not thinking this through carefully. And we need, 1,000-word dissertations to help calm us. Hey, look, I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna go through the normal rigors here. Read the chat. A good friend of the channel and a longtime supporter, William Aguilar. I love Will. Love him very much. But everybody has a time and a space. And this may not be Will's time. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. Why am I saying this right now, Cold Blood? I'm saying this because my homie Will, he got his ass filet mignon by Porter Rock. I was watching Porter Rock's video about all this stuff too. And he filet mignon people like Will and others who are saying this is an overreaction, that, we don't understand what's going on because Sony said this and that, right? Now, I, on the other hand, in my video, which a lot of you guys listen to our video as you were piling in our video, I'm nicer. I'm saying there are people that are well-intended, they're just not reading the tea leaves. Rock is not being nice. He's just calling y'all stupid. I'm not going to call y'all stupid. I'm just going to say he has a lot of grounds for his argument to test your mental fortitude. Because his argument is, and I implore you to watch his video after we get done here. His thing is, Cold Blood, if we sat here and watched the Xbox get tortured simply because of quote unquote Phil said, if we sat here and watched the bots get destroyed because of quote unquote Phil said, why are we doing the Wile E. Coyote and letting the Roadrunner, which is marketing babble speak, have us fall off the cliff all over again? We've already seen this play out. And the irony is, Cold Blood, is that Kitoki's doing the same thing. He has enough empirical data and precedent to show him that Xbox doing this was dumb. It was dumb. And it started, when I say dumb, putting your games on PlayStation is different. Putting games on PlayStation is a smart thing to do, especially if you're having troubles like Xbox, because PlayStation is the ultimate game store. There's no game store that can rival it. Just look at the financials. It as a marketplace is the ultimate marketplace. You can't say the same about Xbox. But that's not the issue. The issue is a full multi-plat approach. Data shows you that since 2016, since Xbox has done this full multi-plat approach or has rolled it out, they have the less amount of revenue growth percentage-wise against versus all their peers. And the irony is, with y'all that are watching this catastrophe happen, after you've seen and you're repeating the same thing that the bots are doing, the irony is Hiroki Totoki, with all the empirical data that he has to have in front of him, he's doing the exact same thing. He is watching the House of Xbox collapse as a platform. And he's like, oh, we can do that. And y'all may say, how can he be so stupid? Because execs were stupid before. Case in hand, when PlayStation came out with the PlayStation 3 and tried to make it this computerized, control your home, control your refrigerator type thing, when it launched, it was a failure from a PlayStation standard. It was a failure. They had to completely go back to the drawing board during the generation, revamp the OS, redo the machine, and come back, and then they finally were able to catch back up during that generation. After seeing this, you would think your competitor would be like, oh, that's the thing we want to avoid. Wrong. Microsoft and Donnie D and Steve Ballmer went and tried to replicate exactly what PlayStation 3 did. And guess what they did? They bombed. So this is what you guys don't understand, and then we'll just get into the show. I'm trying to warn you, as someone that has running up on 30 plus years of Fortune 500 experience, all these companies do is mimic each other. When analysts in the market tells them, oh, we like what this company's doing, maybe you should do that, you would be so much better at that, they jump. When I would come into work, before I started doing special projects, when I was managing teams and shit like that, when I would come into work, there would be a Wall Street Journal on the desk. I mean, on the guard's desk when you would come in. There would be a Wall Street Journal and the latest fucking book that they would want you to read of the latest successful CEO. I done read every fucking Zig Ziglar book out there, because as I'm walking, and we gotta read this shit, because we would get, as managers, we would get questioned about this shit. All they do is mimic people that are attracting attention. That's why you see a lot of the same dumb things happening with a lot of these companies, because they consider you sheep, and a lot of you are, but they don't take into consideration some of the dumb things that they do that are not going to fly with them. They think, oh, that looks attractive. That company couldn't do it, but we could. And then they F around and find out. So that's all you're seeing here. You're seeing one cultureless CEO in Satya Nadella run gaming into the ground. We've heard endless accounts that if they could do it all over again, they would not buy Activision Blizzard. Pretty much has gutted any remnant of Xbox that was left. So you see one cultureless CEO that has an approach that is destroying his gaming sector, right? And they don't know which direction to go. And then you have another cultureless gaming CEO that sees this guy on TV all the time and is doing the exact same monolithic conveyor belt cookie cutter thing. That guy's getting a lot of attention. Let me mimic what he's doing, even though he's seeing declines in gaming. That's the business, y'all. It's just encompassing of you as a consumer to not be sheep. And as Porter Rock, I feel appropriately points out, even though I'm not going to call y'all dumb, and I'm not faulting Porter Rock for calling you dumb. I think he has every right to do it. I'm just not choosing to do it. I'm going to say this. It's encompassing of you not to be sheep and use the examples laid out in front of you. If Herm Holmes, shout out to Jazz Gaming Grindhouse, who sent a tweet over the weekend, and I was like, who does this dude sound like? If Herm Holmes is going to sit there and lie to y'all face and essentially do the PlayStation version of, it's only 4 games, we have nothing else to promise, and I'll show you guys that tweet. If Herm Holmes does that in 2020, and now we're in 2025, and everything that he said in that tweet is entirely fucking false, why are you guys believing anything that these people say? Why are you doing it? They're not idiots. They're not going to tell you, oh, the things that you want, that you don't want us to do, we're not going to do it. They're not going to do that. They're just going to string you along. You guys got to be smarter than this. With that said, I'm going to go through the chat real quick, and then I'm going to turn it over to my brother to just give his thoughts about everything that's going on, and we'll get into the show. Let's get to this chat here. We got the homie Andrew Wilkins in the house. He says, where are the X-blanks that said Death Stranding 2 flopped? Xbox fans are a special breed of worthlessness. Yeah, they do catch an L there. They definitely. Well, no, and I'll say this too. No, I'll save that. But they do catch an L there. Matter of fact, that's a great point. I'm gonna bookmark that, Andrew, because wait,
Moss. Why is not a single one of these bots talking about how Final Fantasy 16 did not even chart?
Exactly. Oh no, they did talk about that. You didn't see that? It's
what they did. They did. I know what you're talking about. Nah, we're not doing that here, brother. Nah, we're not doing no Xbox charts now. We're doing the whole thing. Nah, fuck the Xbox charts. It should be number 1 on the Xbox charts. What the fuck, man?
According to your boy, now he's your boy. According to your boy Hiroki Totoki, the Xbox charts mean something. That's why they bringing all their shit there, apparently, right? So number 4 must be fantastic. No, yeah, I saw that dumb shit. I saw that dumb shit this weekend. Dumb. And even though, and I gotta call names this episode, even though Nib, I normally like a lot of the thesis of the things that he says. I don't read all his shit, but I like a lot of the statistical stuff that he puts out there. And I will say this time around with the Xbox position thing, he's clearly capping, and he's tap dancing. He's doing the Gregory Hines here. I would just advise someone like Nick, please stop. I know the fanboys on the other side, they can't stand you or whatever. It is what it is. There's nothing you can do to change their minds. But any what's the word I'm looking for? Any solid standing that comes from you, you're ruining it here. This is not the fight. This is the stand down. It's evidently clear what's happening. The same thing that you have sent over 1 billion characters on when it was happening to Xbox, all that becomes null and void when you dismiss it when it happens for PlayStation. See, I'm not going to go to Porter Rock route and call y'all stupid. Again, I'm not shaming Porter Rock for it. I think he's justified in doing it. I'm just saying, I'm going to try to take the nicer approach. Just stop it. This is not to Hiroki Totoki. I tried to warn you guys because of my experience, because certain dog whistles or signals went out when this guy spoke originally. I said he's arrogant and he's cultureless. I could tell that from the first thing where what he said, and it rattled everybody in the industry. And the irony of that is, when he said what he said, the bots perceived it the right way. He was talking about bringing everything everywhere, but it was the arrogantness of how he did it, and just the carelessness and the culturelessness of when he communicates about gaming that I picked up right then and there. Hiroki Totoki is not the guy. He is somehow convinced the Sony board and the Sony brass that they got to shed their traditional skin, and they gotta pimp themselves out for a dollar stick of bubble gum. That he's convinced them of that, and that's what they're going to try. And then they will, as Cold Blood always says, they're going to fuck around and find out, and he'll be out, but there will be considerable damage done before they get rid of him. So we are now in the pain years. You know, you're not going to see it in 2025. You might start seeing a smidgen of it in 2026, but you're really going to start seeing it by the time the PlayStation 6 comes. When Hiroki Totoki, again, he said he's going to cut back funding. I didn't even realize he said this. He said that he no longer feels that the PlayStation Studio games' job is to sell the hardware. Okay, so you want the PlayStation Studios games to operate fully as third-party software. That means you're going to get a lot of third-party slop coming out of these studios now, because they're going to be rushed. They're not going to be funded enough. So the pain years are coming. Anyway, let me finish with these comments, and I got to give my brother the floor. Thanks for the shout out last video. Oh, absolutely, Devil Shooter. Hey, look, man. I am not one to shy away from when I have a prediction, the prediction going wrong. I think the more that you're able to admit that you're wrong, set a background on what you were looking at, but not make excuses like, look, I was just fucking wrong. You know, I mean, I can put you in the mind of where I was coming from, so you don't think I'm a complete idiot. I think that more like maintain some validity. I am not abashed. I'm not ashamed. I'm not too proud to say, you know what? I had predicted ABC and it was XYZ. I was wrong. And here's what I looked at. And here's what I should have looked at. It's a growing process. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Devil Shooter, you were right. You were one of the original ones as well, years ago, talking about how you went to PC because you saw this day coming. So shout out to El Nini, says Yo M2K. Sony taking over everything, #1, says Albert Buick Hart. I mean, I don't. Oh, okay. Trucknet, he's cracking up. Shout out, you punk mother. Shout out to Trucknet.
No, wait a minute. Why is he entertained though? I want to know that. Because look, PlayStation is in a fucking bad place, absolutely, yes, right now. But goddamn, your goddamn Xbox is more irrelevant than exactly. Ever.
Yeah, it is. And that's it. Cold Blood. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because it's time for me to shut up. I know there's supposed to be some trolls and they call themselves trolls now. No, you guys are salty because Xbox is completely done with and kaput as a platform. So now all you have left to do is hate on PlayStation. But what do you think about the Xbots who, instead of doing what we're doing now, which is pushing back and saying, fuck no, this is ridiculous. And I would argue, Cold Blood, that Xbox didn't push back. We're going to talk about that. Xbox didn't push back the $10 on OuterWorlds 2 because of the Xbox community. They did it because pre-sales sucked on PlayStation. So my thing is, why is it that, yes, should Sony be clowned by everybody? Absolutely. And I'm not mad at the Xbox for, just doing a little jig and saying, y'all said y'all wouldn't do this. But that doesn't validate what Xbox is doing. Xbox is still going to shit, and you still do not have any complaints whatsoever. Your thoughts are, well, if PlayStation is going to eventually go to shit too, then I win. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are your thoughts on this, Cold Blood, the hypocrisy coming out of the Xbox community about this?
Oof. I mean, look, if you celebrate PlayStation doing the same shit Xbox does, then you're no console. You're no console gamer.
Yeah.
You're just a pretender.
Yep.
Because it wasn't enough for you, I guess, that one console maker is about to get the fuck out. You want the other one to start do the same shit now?
Exactly.
Or wait. Or are we saying now, the Switch 2 is now the only place to play? Is that it though? Is that the new narrative though that I hear some people say?
Yeah, I've seen that too, which is crazy to me. People are okay
So
with that.
Y'all are okay with your fucking console that would run fucking circus around this goddamn tablet to just go away?
Yeah. Yep.
Replace it with this damn tablet? That's what you want?
Yeah.
I was shocked, really.
Yeah. That people don't even give a fuck. Like they just celebrate that Sony had bad news. Like I'm like, what the hell? that just look. It just shows you who gave a shit about console gaming and who didn't. All these hard geeks and Gaz and everybody, these motherfuckers, bruh, they never gave a shit about no fucking console gaming. Yeah.
They just wanted to talk shit about PlayStation. Yeah. That's all.
Yep. No.
And I'm like, if you celebrate this, don't ever talk about no console gaming as the number one way to play games. I don't want to hear it from you.
Yep.
Because this shit right here is what killed your goddamn Xbox. Even the mention of publishing games on a competitive platform. That is already to me like you fucking giving up.
Yeah.
You're not even trying anymore.
Nope.
Like your PS6 is gonna have even less incentive than your PS5 has right now.
Yep.
And then do day and date. Please do day and date.
Do it. Yeah.
And see what will happen. Just do it for a few games, like I don't know, for the next 2 Naughty Dog games and the Santa Monica game. Do them day and date on PC. And let's see how many people will still stay on your damn platform afterwards.
Fuck it. They might as well go all the way, Cold
Bro,
Blood. Do day and date in the subscription.
Right now, your saving grace is that you are stopping games coming to another platform for a fucking year. That's your fucking saving grace right now. Once you stop this and just put everything everywhere the same day, well, people have options then. And most people gonna choose the option, I'm gonna play where I have everything. And where's everything? Well, either the Switch or the PC. Yeah. You got everything over there.
Yeah.
And you got even the PC exclusives that we don't even get.
Yeah.
Like these motherfuckers that keep on being played the most on Steam. Now you got them too. So that, for most people, that would be the fucking most reasonable
option. Yeah.
What do you call it? Option. Yeah. Or get a Switch 2 and get your fucking Nintendo games as well on top of that.
Yep.
Yeah, you might be at 30 FPS in most games, but that's not what Switch players give a shit about. Like we see it again and again. Like Donkey Kong can fucking drop to the fucking bottom of the hell pits of FPS, and y'all still buy this motherfucker and play. So
you just see his hand in a banana and shit for like 3 straight seconds. That is like two
yeah, bro.
2 FPS.
It doesn't matter to them. Like that performance is not a fucking issue for them.
Yeah, 93.
And I get it now. I get it now. You would pay fucking $700 for this motherfucker and still play at 30 FPS.
Yep.
Now, look. If Sony is about to do the fucking nuclear option and release all these games day and date, you know where the fuck I'm going. You know it, boss.
Oh yeah.
Like next generation, you gotta be fucking with me if you think I will buy a fucking PlayStation 6.
Nope.
Nah. I go to PC. I ain't paying you shit anymore. Like I don't want to play for PlayStation Plus right now.
Yeah.
I still do it because I need it for multiplayer. If I go to PC, that's over with.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because there's no incentive to buy your shit console. I can get the same fucking experience on the PC. Even better in some cases.
Yep.
Like, bro, I want everybody. 2 years ago, I want everybody. Nobody was saying back then, yeah, you're right. No, everybody said I'm crazy. Today we are at this fucking point. The fucking mention alone of Xbox in a job description should be fucking alarming as hell to you. And if it's not, you are crazy. You are the one crazy, not me.
Well, P-Rock called him dumb, man. I mean, I just don't know. Like, I can understand the conversation, which I would totally still disagree with Cold Blood. I can understand the conversation. This ain't going to be bad for PlayStation. That's a whole nother conversation. Still totally don't agree with it. I think that proof is why it would be bad for PlayStation. And it's not because, oh, you're throwing away my console war ammunition on Twitter. Nah, that has nothing to do with it. It's just, and a lot of people that don't have the lineage or understanding of why exclusive games are better make that argument. So it's an education problem. But for the people that are out there that are just straight up like, nah, that ain't happening. I'm like, yo, they sitting up there with their fingers and toes crossed. They're twitching their eyes and their noses. They are wishing on a fucking star, dude. There's no, they got a 4-leaf clover in between their teeth. They are wishing on a star, man. There's no fucking way. No way. It's happening.
And look, Moss, I cannot understand those people that made fun of Xbox dudes.
Yeah.
That's that was saying, oh, it's all right. Like nothing's bad happening. Now you get the same shit from them.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and deservedly so. Yeah. Because you are keeping on capping for this motherfucking console.
Yeah. Yep. The only thing I will say in regards to the overall PlayStation community is, unlike the Xbox community where everybody got together and shut you up and started calling you a pony bot or whatever, and pretty much killed and kicked out and X'd out everybody that didn't praise all things Phil Spencer, PlayStation community is actually having a debate. Even if the other side of the debate is ridiculous, and I can't hold back any punches. Even if the other side of the debate is ridiculous, there's still a debate. So it's like, yeah, okay, the Xbox community was more indoctrinated as a whole, but PlayStation community, you saw what happened. You saw what happened when the CE, like literally, like shout out to Jazz again. Literally, Herman Hulse said one thing in 2020. I'm gonna show it to you guys. He said one thing in 2020 that was the equivalent of Phil Spencer saying, it's only 4 games. where there are no guarantees. I mean, you can argue it's worse. And you fast forward to today, and it's the complete opposite. That right there null and voids anything they fucking say. They are liars. And take it from somebody that has been doing this for decades, who I've testified on behalf of companies. I didn't lie, but I know they weren't exuding the truth. I wasn't going to perjure myself, but the way that they set it up, when they were being questioned, they made it so people that were asking them questions would avoid what they actually did. It's the same thing here. That's why Phil, I mean, I call it a lie, but if you want to be technical about it, Phil didn't lie when he said, we're not guaranteeing anything beyond 4 games. What is a guarantee? Guarantee is just 100% solidification. He didn't 100% say there would be more than 4 games, but common sense tells you there will be more than 4 games. He didn't lie when he said those 4 games weren't Indiana Jones and Starfield, but the games beyond the 4 games were Indiana Jones and Starfield. But I consider deception a lie. So you guys are being deceived and you're trying to play semantics with words. Well, he said exactly this. When I show you this tweet from Herm Holst in 2020 and you compare it to what's happening today, they are deceiving you. That's why I said, Ned, stop. And everybody else, stop.
Brother, are you talking about him saying it's only Horizon on PC and nothing else?
The Horizon PC bullshit.
And you believed it for a second?
No, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I never saw that quote before. I don't remember seeing that quote. But when Jazz put it up there yesterday over the weekend, I saw it. I was like, holy shit! This reminds me so much of Phil Spencer's. There's only gonna be 4 games. Yo, shout out to Zach. With the two euros, he says fans are upset because PS games won't be on PS Plus. I don't know if they're upset about that.
I mean, it would be great at this point if you just give me the fucking games they want on PS Plus. Yeah, sure. Make my fucking investment a little bit more worthwhile. Yeah.
You might rip the scab off.
I am not mad about that at all. Like, nah, that ain't the issue at all.
Shout out to Juice. He says PlayStation can eat a sweaty ditty. They are full of shit.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Juice, if you want to jump on, feel free. Let us know. Let me go through all these member comments first, and then we'll try to get to everybody because we got a lot to say. And I know you guys do too. Andrew Wilkins says Cold Blood releasing all the trash games killed Xbox. Cree86 says if you're an enthusiast, you should have already been on PC at this point. I don't know, Cree. What do you think about that, Cold Blood? I don't know.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Like I said, go day and date or even close to day and date, and yes, I would agree with you immediately. Like, if you're an enthusiast, then yeah, get a PC and stop paying them motherfuckers PlayStation Plus.
Yeah, don't give them shit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. And let them suffer by not getting the 30% off of the. Don't buy anything else from their store. That's when they'll wake the fuck up. Like, stop buying games. Don't buy your Call of Duties there, but buy them on PC. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's when they'll wake the fuck up. The only reason why I disagree with that right now, Cree, and like Cold Blood said, I think we're getting to that place. I disagree with that right now because if you're just a fan of the studio's work, like right now, if you're a PlayStation fan, it should be all about the studio. And I love Mark Cerny. I feel fucking bad for Mark Cerny. You know, like, and the hardware isn't the hardware is still great, but it's under this leadership umbrella. So they you know, they're collateral damage. But anyway, the games when they brought the PC, they are so shitty. You know what I'm saying? That if you're a fan of the studios and the games that they produce, while they're still allowed to give you great games, because that's going to be hampered too. I can see why you would own a PlayStation today. You know what I mean? But definitely going into PlayStation 6, that statement is going to be 1,010% true. To be fair,
Moss,
go ahead.
We have games like this fucking Wu Chang now that came out, right? That is just terrible on PC.
Yep.
But I'd still rather play that version at 170 FPS and whatever else it goes down to, than playing the PlayStation version at whatever the fuck it's under 60 FPS on a fucking Pro.
Yeah. It could be 52 frames, and then you turn around, it could be 2 frames. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
So really, in the end, on PC, most people complain about optimization like that is because they have still a 3060 in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
If you go and build a PC, you go all out. Like I always say, don't go cheap because if you go cheap, you might have maybe 3 years with this PC.
Yep.
And that is gonna show its fucking age already.
Shit, not even that. When I got my 2070 build, or my 3070 build even.
Yeah, okay, but those graphics cards were shit from the beginning. Like,
yeah.
Let's not even kid ourselves.
Yeah. But they weren't cheap either. You know what I mean? So like, I mean,
of course not.
But you got to go all out. And you said something to the point to, go ahead, you can elaborate. You ain't got to get an NVIDIA rig. You get an AMD rig, right?
Yeah. Right now, even an AMD rig can play your games at 4K and good FPS.
Yep. And what is it? Half the investment?
And when Sony finally collaborates with AMD on making that FSR even better for your PC motherfuckers, you have even more options on PC.
There you go. Yeah. Ain't that some shit? Sony doing everything for everybody else. Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Fuck. Yeah. Yep.
Ain't nobody saw it that way. I did not see it anywhere yet, but goddamn, they even want to make your PC gaming better.
Yeah. I mean, and I can see Microsoft. I still think it's stupid. I can see why Microsoft would think in this direction. Look, if I'm Satya Nadella, I'm sitting there and I'm just looking at my people in the Xbox division, and I'll be like, these motherfuckers, they have no talent. You have no talent. Got Jason Ronald, for crying out loud. Phil Spencer, who told you that you should get Crackdown was the game that people deserve. Sarah Bond trying to turn Xbox platform into T-Mobile. Like Matt Booty. What does he do? Besides having a fucking suspect last name. Dude, they have no talent there. None, bro. If I'm sorry, they can't do a damn thing. We got to sell software. I can see why Microsoft is doing this. Sony, on the other hand, the world best fucking studios. You got the pinky in the brain ass Mark Cerny. Best hardware. I mean, just everything is going in your favor, and you're like, throw it all away. You want to follow the motherfucker that has no other choice. He has no other choice but to do what he's doing because of the incompetence of his team. And even though I say Satya Nadella is, the cause of the downfall because of his direction, truly it's not just all on him. Like, for instance, and I know you're not the biggest fan of him, Cold Blood, but I would say, I'm not saying he would do the best job, but he would do a lot better. Like Mike Ybarra. If Mike Ybarra was there, I think, Xbox wouldn't be totally dismantled because there would be some semblance of something decent there, right?
Yeah, but Moss, that would not change the fact they would still have layoffs like crazy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
it's even funny that Satya says we're thriving now after those 9,000 people
Oh
got
yeah,
fucking
he don't give a
kicked the
fuck.
fuck out.
He don't give. That's his danger. You're right. I'm glad you pointed that out. That's Satya's danger. Satya's problem is not the incompetent software. Satya's danger is he's willing to cannibalize and gobble up the industry with all of his cash just so he can win. He's willing to tear down the entire industry just so they can be on top. That's where Satya is dangerous. The incompetent hardware, the incompetent games that are coming out, that's all Phil Spencer. That's all because of Phil Spencer. Satya tried to capitulate to Phil with the whole Bethesda thing. And his capitulation to Phil over Bethesda just caused a domino effect of fuckery that, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, wait. Can you bring Juice in?
Oh, yeah. Hold on one second. Let's
in the podcast channel.
Okay. Hold on. There he goes. Hold on. Let me maximize this so I can see my brother Juice. All right, we got him in. Juice, what's going on? Can you hear us, brother? He's probably getting his shit set up. Yeah. But just hop in whenever you get your stuff set up, Juice. Oh, there you go. Okay. I think he's starting to come through. But yeah, man. I point out Satya a lot, but the problem is not solely Satya. It's Phil Spencer's incompetence. Hiroki Totoki doesn't have that problem. I mean, he has the problem with Herman Hulst. Don't get me wrong. He has the problem with Herm Hulst. But the other studios are so competent. They could have made Concord be an afterthought. And they're moving in this direction. You had the China Joy project that, while everybody was whining and complaining, oh my God, there's no more console gamers. You have a whole fucking Asian market that is going to be tapped into because of the China Joy project. You don't have to do this. It's just, this is being done because you're an ignorant CFO, ignorant to the culture. You're looking across the street and you're seeing this guy is getting all this attention and, oh, he's bringing his games to us and he's, making some good sales on Forza. We can make money too over there. No! The fact that they gotta bring the same game, the game that they produced, didn't do enough in their store. So they had to bring it to you, and it did better in your store than it did in their store, and it's 5 years old. That should tell you the power of your store. Not that, oh, we gotta mimic them. That's just dumb. It's dumb. Absolutely dumb. Juice, Juice, how you doing, brother? Is your mic working yet, or?
Yeah, it's working. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. There he goes. What's Juice? Before I read
What's
some
up,
more in this
brother?
chat, man. Let me and Cold Blood know, how happy are you about this new job position, and are you applying for it?
Yes. The same week that Stars gets canceled, and we decided to put our things on another platform.
Yeah.
So the first thing I did was I removed their app. If you don't got no Stars, I'm not going to use your app.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's one less engagement you're going to get, and I think it's disrespectful to put Satya in the same sentence as this jackass we got running PlayStation. Nigga, sue people for slander if I was Satya. You lost money for 20-something years to try to do it the other way before I changed my mind. It's not like Satya just woke up one day and decided I'm trying to make some of this 70 billion back. I listened to the people that was running gaming, and I put hundreds of billions of dollars into it before I realized, hey, I gotta get some of this money back. The jackass in Japan, though, right?
Yeah.
He's making money over this. He had the best fiscal year of Sony's life and all types of other nonsense. And he said, you know what? Fuck it. Let's put it everywhere. We might get 1 million more sales over there. You know, maybe into a platform that don't buy their own games. This is like, I'm an Eagles fan, right? But I know we won the Super Bowl this year, whatever. A lot of people know the new Andy Reid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Kansas City Andy Reid. You know the Eagles Andy Reid that didn't listen to nobody, right?
Yeah.
So for years, he wouldn't give McNabb no wide receivers. So everybody's saying, just get one wide receiver. He go get T.O., we go to the Super Bowl. First year, bang. That's how I feel like with Sony right now. Like, everybody knows this is a horrible idea. A horrible idea. But you got the one guy saying, hey, I'm going to try it anyway because I know best.
Yeah.
This is going to be hard.
Yeah.
This is horrible.
Yeah.
You know, so this was like getting a phone call that your stray student got locked up, man. You know, child got locked up. Like, why? You're stealing. I don't know, Pop. You know, just because. Wasn't scared if it worked or not. You know, so it's. I wasn't even angry when I read that. It was so disappointed.
Yeah,
It was way more disappointment than anger. And I just faded back into work for a little bit, man. I haven't turned my PlayStation on. Like it's like it got that deep. Like it's like, what are we doing? For what?
Yeah.
And then you got the people trying to spin it like, oh, it's gonna be live service game. Show me where the fuck that said. What place where that says it's gonna be live service game? Give me, please. I'm asking you, I'm begging you to show me the spot where it says we're looking for live service. Somebody to transfer live service. I'm not gonna be like them Xbox and make all these goddamn excuses, you know, and try to change language. You know, I speak English pretty well. You know, I think I can read live service. You know, so I'm just it's maddening because we all knew their number one place they get profit is your storefront. Why would you cannibalize that?
Yep.
It's like McDonald's saying, you know what, Burger King, you can sell our fries too. We don't sell everything else, but you can sell our fries too. Burger King be like, hell yeah. That's your number one seller, your fries. Why wouldn't we?
Yep. And
go ahead, brother.
Let me do this. Just I want to accent your point because I've been seeing shit over the internet. A lot of people, why do you care if games are going to be playable elsewhere? Why do you care? And I'll let you guys follow up on that. Why that's nonsensical. It's not about caring if other people play these games. What it is that when it comes to games, essentially I put them into two buckets: exclusives and multiplat, right? Now, exclusives will include anything that, you know, is made first party, money had it, funded, all that other stuff, right? The reason why exclusives are, in my mind, they have a better and a bigger potential to be great is because all of the resources that are pumped into them. Why? Because those are the games that have to sell you on a $500 box. They have a heavier load to lift. They have to sell you, they have to convince you that, hey, you need to buy a $500 box in order to play me. And that's a lot of convincing. That's why you see exclusives more consistently on the game, in part of the game of the year conversations. You had Red Dead Redemption. Oh, this is the greatest game ever. Oh my God. God of War 2018 said, nope, hold my beer, shut the fuck up. Came out of the way, smacked it into oblivion. Right? Stole its thunder. Because there's so much more innovation, so much more care put into trying to find that gem, because I gotta propel you to buy a $500 box, where a Multiplat just simply has to convince you to say, hey, buy me for $60 or $70. That's a lot heavier load on Multiplat, on a exclusive than a Multiplat. So when you factor that in, that's why you more routinely and more consistently see these exclusives dominate the game of the year conversation. There's a reason why when it comes to game of the year, more often than not, the slots when we talk about game of the year are filled up consistently by PlayStation and Nintendo games, because they rely so much on their exclusives to sell their hardware. When you take that weight off the game, you lose that incentive to make it so great to where it just has to do well enough to justify the margins. And then you end up with slop. That's why so many of these third-party AAA games are slop. They're regurgitations of shit that you're seeing out here all over the gaming sphere. They're just cookie cutter. Prime example. Now you're starting to hear people talk about Souls like fatigue, right? And some of these games are good, some of them just aren't. But because third-party publishers are seeing certain Souls games do well, that's everybody's dropping a Souls-like game now, right? PlayStation, instead, they're doing their own thing. They got a multitude of game types. Deathstranding ain't no Souls-like. Now, Stellar Blade might have some Souls-like elements in it or whatever, but that was more second party. You know what I mean? All the PlayStation, Ghost of Yatai ain't Souls-like. You understand what I'm saying? PlayStation was pushing the envelope because they're like, we can't just do what everybody else is doing. We got to do bigger and better because we got a $500, $700 box to sell you. When you take away that dynamic and the games just have to simply justify their own margins, then the games will be doing everything else that all the other studios are doing. And it doesn't matter how good Naughty Dog is or Neil Druckmann is or whatever. If his resources and if his expectations are cut back and watered down, you're going to start seeing the same shit coming out of them too. That's why we have a problem with this. That's why we're like, hold on. That's why Juice said this is fucking up your story. That's why he cares, because he knows the less resources you get, the more desperate you're going to get, and the more these dumb fuckers are going to double down on their multi-plat strategy, just like how Xbox did. That is the problem. It's not about these motherfuckers getting to play Ghost of Tsushima 4 years later. I don't give a fuck. The thing is, the signal that this sends, when you're trying to sell your box over somebody else's, you don't put that content on the box that you're trying to sell more than. You're not doing that. You're like, I got to make this game so great so that people don't even pay attention to them. They're focused on me. Once you lose that air of desperation, the quality goes down. And again, Totoki, I didn't even realize this till I saw P-Rock's video. Totoki now is saying that the fucking job of the studio games is not to sell the hardware. Why do you think these games, you think these games were good?
That should have been our first sign, bro. That should have been our first sign once that came up.
Yep. You can't tell me that they're not doing an act. I don't want to see the 80-page dissertations, and I don't want to see the War and Peace entries. You guys are operating with blinders on, and history will not be kind to you. It's Hiroki Totoki and this chicken shit little board. That's really, if we get to the crux of it, just real quick, and I'm gonna turn it back to you in cold blood. If you get to the crux of it, Totoki is a fucking problem. Absolutely. But the board elected him. Something's going on at that Sony board to where, I don't know. I haven't investigated them or researched them rather, but something is wrong at the Sony board for them to even elect a guy like this. PlayStation, see, Xbox is not a staple at Microsoft. Satya was willing to buy ABK and make it one, and he realized it was a big fucking mistake. Now we got to fix it, as Juice and Cold Blood alludes to. But if Xbox dies off, they don't give a fuck. They're probably better off because of it, right? PlayStation is the lifeblood of Sony. And this guy's doing this. All right. Let me just read a couple more comments and then we're gonna get back to the panel. Cree said, to be fair, there were Xbox users who fought back. Tim Dog and Crap Gamer specifically. I'm not saying that Tim Dog and there weren't people that fought back, but look what happened to them. They got exiled. Right, Cree? That's what I'm talking about, the exiling and the pony bot bullshit. Like, let me give you another example. Porter Rock and Thrash are two entities that they the homies. They both my homies. Porter Rock and Thrash have two totally different takes on this. Nobody's trying to kick Thrash out of the PlayStation community. Nobody's trying to kick Porter Rock out of the PlayStation community. There is an active and live debate. They're not calling Porter Rock or Thrash a bot pony or whatever. There's an active and live debate. Now, I side with Porter Rock, and I feel like that people are giving too much credence to PlayStation and think like this is leading to the way of Xbox. That may be my opinion, but at least there's room to actively debate this in the PlayStation community. There isn't that in the Xbox community. He said in the field deadline when he said this isn't a change to our exclusivity approach going forward. I don't know if that was a lie. It could be, but you know, I think he's playing semantics. Their exclusivity approach, like during the FTC trial, this is what people got to remember. When they asked about ABK and it changing how Xbox wants to play ball, Phil Spencer said, no, actually ABK didn't change our mind as far as the exclusivity is concerned. It was just it was an accelerant, meaning they were already planning to forego exclusives and put games on PlayStation. That's why those dev kits were behind frosted windows. Shit, you know, that had to be done a year before ABK was even finalized. So when he didn't lie, but he was being severely dishonest, because when he said that it wasn't their approach, we're thinking the approach that's communicated to gamers. He's playing semantics and referring to the approach that they had internally, which doesn't mean shit to gamers. We don't give a fuck what you talking about behind the scenes. We give a fuck about what you gonna roll out. And that's what they do. They twist words, they play semantics, so they don't technically lie, but I call it lying because it's deceitful. Bruh Man from the Fifth Flow said, this is an overreaction. People seen Xbox in a listing and panic. Like Xbox isn't going to be an app real soon. Xbox Steam. Yeah, I'm reading your comment late, bruh man. Here's what I would say to you. The problem with that thought process is I don't give a fuck about the game just solely being on Xbox. Like, I would still think it's stupid if PlayStation came out today and said, you know what? We're going to start putting games on Xbox. This is our strategy. We're going to put games on Xbox 6 years from now. So you're going to wait 6 years and then the game will come to Xbox. I still think that would be stupid competitive wise. And you're going to miss out on potential people buying your console, because there are people that will wait 6 years. I mean, I think that's dumb, but it doesn't totally eradicate my belief system in you trying to have your studios world class so they can sell your console. But when you start dropping down to a year, and like Cold Blood said, it's going to start getting less. When you start dropping down to a year, and now you're willing to put your shit on competing platforms like Nintendo ain't going nowhere. Where the fuck is Nintendo going? We all forgetting that they said Nintendo too. Where the fuck is Nintendo going?
Nah, bro. If Nintendo goes third party, that's the day they die.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should not call yourself Nintendo then, because nobody's gonna buy your damn console.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they gonna buy your underpowered piece of shit. Yeah, yeah. So
also the brother man, do you think we get the Last of Us, the first Last of Us on that bullshit ass PS3 to run that good if that was multiplat?
Thank you. Thank you. There are so many layers to this that people are overlooking. The parallel development. The job description says that. Hold on, let's look at the job description real quick while we're here. We're here. I might as well put all the labels up. We're already talking about this, so like this ain't gonna take up most of the damn show. Here, rundown. PlayStation news. Here, let's just fuck it. Let's pull the scab off. I want to show you guys this. Here's the job description. It says, reporting to the Vice President, Commercial Management as Senior Director of Multi-Platform and Account Management, you will play a critical leadership role in shaping and executing the global commercial strategy for PlayStation Studios software titles across all digital platforms beyond PlayStation hardware, including Steam, Epic Game Store, Xbox, Nintendo, and mobile. This role is accountable for optimizing title profitability, ensuring this is how they figure that you optimize profitability. So let's go over the English language. This role is accountable for optimizing title profitability, meaning, okay, let's describe to you how you're going to optimize profitability. Ensuring cross-functional alignment. That is parity. That's just a fancy way to say parity.
Moss, you didn't even mention the low power mode that they got going with PlayStation now.
I heard about that in a whisper. Can you explain what's going on there? I kind of heard a little bit about that.
Well, in theory, your PlayStation 5 can be a Series S now.
Oh, shit. God. Yeah.
I mean, isn't that the most telling thing? Like, these fucking games gonna be made so they can run on this low ass mode.
Yeah.
So it can run on fucking garbage ass hardware as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, the signs are there. If y'all still say, that's just a coincidence that it came out now and not 4 years ago when the console launched.
Yep.
Y'all fucking naive as hell, bro.
That is the problem. I don't like, other people would say, well, no, I don't think that would be the end of the world. I wouldn't want it. Because that's just weird, and that's a precursor to doing this shit anyway. Why wouldn't you start doing it sooner? But let's just say if PlayStation came out and said, and then everything that they align showed that they're not putting their games on any competing platform for 6 years, which I don't even know how it would be a competing platform at that point, even if it is 6 years. But let's just say that's what they did, and they stuck to that, right? It's not my problem. Especially if they're still utilizing their games to sell their console, meaning that their games have to be better than the average multiplat. When you just are simply a multiplat studio, you do what Microsoft does. You take a AA game that might have some AAA polish. It don't look any better than what's Atomfall and shit to me, but what is that? OuterWorlds 2. You take a AA game with some AAA polish, and you don't just sell it for $70. You tried to sell it for 80. You put slop out there. PlayStation Studios are known for not putting slop. Now, do they at time invest in games, or have they over time released games that didn't hit? Sure, but they tried. They were trying to innovate. They were trying, and they said, look, innovating is so important to us. We will accept up to a 60% failure rate, because we know we have an eye for talent, and for two, when we hit, we're going to hit. That those 4 games out of the 10, if we only create 4 good games out of 10, those 4 games are going to be so awesome, they're going to pay for the other 6 and some. As a consumer, that's the approach to gaming you want. You want someone to try so hard to innovate, do new things, and try so many other things that so they stand out, their games stand out, that they are willing to even go as far as a 60% failure rate. That is a level of dedication you will never see. You think you're going to see that at Ubisoft? You think they're going to say, oh, we're willing for 60% of our games to fail? No, what Ubisoft does is they put out open world games that are bloated, you know what I'm saying, that they know that a whole bunch of people will buy regardless. They put out high ass expectations purposely. They already got caught by AJ Investments. It's just sad that this flew over the head and the radar of the gaming community. They make these high expectations for their games, purposely failed those expectations so the stock price can go down, and then they sold to Tencent for pennies on a dollar. Well, they created a subsidiary on pennies on a dollar from it. AJ Investments caught them. That flew over everybody's head. So disappointing. But anyway, yeah, you think they're going to accept the 60% failure rate? You think EA is going to say, oh, six out of 10 of our games can fail, and that's okay, and they're not going to have any cuts after it? Do you think that's going to happen?
The change in philosophy by itself is going to affect the budgets of these games too. Because now it's budget and return. It's not just, what return am I getting for this $250 million? When you hear people like Neil Druckmann and how he was making The Last of Us 2, how he said we took all day just to get this one scene right, do that all day now, say, well, the budget say we only got 2 takes at it now, so try to do the best you can. And it's troubling. As a PlayStation fan, I have to keep my eyes wide open when I may have to jump off this ship. And this the first time in a long time I had to even think that way.
Keep talking, I'll be right back. If
their quality start going down, if their qualities keep going down, and they start releasing these Redfalls and these, as said, these AA games with a little AAA polish, and trying to charge us $70 or $80 for, because they trying to get the money in the back end, the profitability got to come up. It's going to I'm gonna rethink me being a consumer for Sony. I just don't like the language. I don't like the moves. Pretty much saw this coming once Helldivers went there. Helldivers numbers not falling, they just want more numbers. Helldivers is a very profitable game. They just want more profit. So if you're going to do that with that, why don't you do that with Spider-Man? Why don't you do that with Horizon? Why don't you do that with The Last of Us? Because you already milked us with 14 remakes. So now, who don't have the newest remake? Xbox don't. Nintendo don't. So, Cold Blood, me and you talked on the Discord. You knew my feelings on this, and it's just disappointing. It's very disappointing. I know people want to say people overreacting, but the quality of Sony games are second to none. They are on par with Rockstar, and I see that dwindling. And I just don't.
Juice. Can you finally admit that the quality of life of a PlayStation fan just dropped this generation?
It dropped off a cliff. I was okay with it though, to be honest. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. A lot of people got on them last year. I was okay. They gave me a bunch of games I still haven't finished because they invested in third party and second party. So first party games is important, but they also invested in third party and second party. And why would you invest in that and spend so much money on that if you're just gonna put your stuff everywhere? That's what I don't understand. Like, they even knew the importance of having exclusives last year. Just last year, they bought a whole bunch of stuff just to come on their platform, and I think they did it again this year. And it's just baffling to me, the change of philosophy. I really wish they could sit down. See, Sony don't talk either, cold blood. That's the crazy part. Like, they won't even tell us what's your thinking on this. They just do and move on. Now, that helped them a lot in the past.
Well, Juice. Mm-hmm. I blame every PlayStation fan for this one, because what was the narrative back in 2020? That Sony is not talking because they're making games, right? They make the games do the talking.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Well, we are way beyond that, because almost not a single game comes out from them now. What game is doing the talking besides the third party and second party deals?
I don't mind as third party and second party deals.
Me neither, bro. Wait. People get it wrong. No, look,
Mm-hmm.
People get it wrong. I don't mind them at all. Like, I welcome them. My problem is your first party studios this generation did fuck all. You canceled games. You fucking killed off studios this generation, and put almost 20 fucking games on PC in this generation alone. Like, what are we doing here? Where are the games that we really got the fucking PlayStation for? That's my question.
Oh.
Like, yeah, okay, we get Ghost of Yotei, but that's a sequel. It ain't that much fucking effort put into it, like it would be in a new IP and everything.
So now we just want new IPs?
Yes, I want it so bad, bro. I want new IPs that aren't fucking bro. Wait.
This is the problem.
Look, wait. That aren't live service. That has to be said. Unfortunately, you have no talent for live service at all. Like, stop this shit. I mean, single player, new IPs that hit like a fucking truck, bro. Like, you cannot go a whole year without this game. I need it so bad, bro. Where are these games, bro? That's what I'm asking myself. We've been told, oh my god, the PS5 is gonna make development so much easier and everything, right? Well, yeah. It looks to me more like it's fucking harder now than ever before to make new IPs and better fucking games, because it's all just sequels and shit.
Will you consider? Well, Naughty Dog is coming out with a new IP.
Okay, and when is that gonna be?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
But new IPs take longer to develop them.
Yeah, and
Sure.
to that point, let me just put something up here. I do want to put something up here. This right here is like the Sony first party template from PlayStation 4. So we really didn't start getting new IPs until like year 4. Now, granted, it's year 5 now, and we haven't gotten any new IPs this year. We're supposed to get them next year with Intergalactic. So we are a couple of years off. Jim Ryan did say that it's going to take longer for them to develop these games, so give them some time. But we got to also be cognizant of that they incentivize studios, first party studios, to make single player games. So that did have an effect on it. So I mean, it's a little bit of mixed bag everywhere.
Also, COVID, man. Everybody don't work as fast at home as they do if everybody was in the studio. That year of COVID probably slowed everything down. We also got the Insomniac leaks.
Mm-hmm.
How much did that slow down Wolverine? Because it was a playable demo or whatever on PC. So how much did they have to change on that? How much did that throw back their timetable? We were supposed to get Venom last year. How much did that throw back that timetable? Like COVID was a real thing, so there's a lot of studios that usually drop a lot of things that push back. I think Rockstar got pushed back with GTA. To be honest, I think GTA probably would have been out 2 years ago. But COVID is a real thing, and I know everybody try to act like you just work at home. No, we all know we don't work at home the same way we do it. At work, in the office, and people are around you to motivate you and stuff. So but see, I'm different because I never got a PlayStation just for its exclusive. My first PlayStation I bought was, I saw Final Fantasy VII, and I went in Toys R Us and bought a PlayStation. So PlayStation was also the supreme third-party system to me. I'm like an OG PlayStation person. So it was never just the Last of Us and Horizons that got me there. What they did with third and second party, and they snatched all that from Nintendo. That's how PlayStation beat Nintendo, because they snatched all their third and second party. But I understand what Cold Blood is saying, that we needed more Last of Us and all, but I don't remember the Last of Us coming out other than at the end of generation.
Yeah.
Last of Us come out the year before. Like the Insomniac dropped games the year before. They dropped it.
Brother, wait a second. Naughty Dog put out Uncharted 4. Don't forget it. Between Last of Us 1 and 2. So there wasn't that much time between games.
But you don't count them, though, right? You know what you told me? You don't count them. You need new IPs. It's easy to do. They put out 5, 4, 3. They really ain't changed too much with that. Like the technical leap.
Brother, wait a second.
Was 2 is huge compared to Nathan Drake with better graphics, because that's all that was. They didn't change too much. They ain't changed the mechanics of Nathan Drake.
Like Uncharted 4 came out 2016, Last of Us 2 came out 2020. So what was
it was a 4-year difference.
It was a 4-year difference. We're looking at,
and that is, bro. I wish every fucking studio would work like this. Have one sequel, and then in the next 4 years you have a new IP. That would be fucking amazing.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately not. No, not anymore. No.
I don't think that, and I don't even think that's Toki's fault that it's not happening anymore. It's just, it's taking longer to make games. That's a game industry problem to me, in my opinion, because everybody relies so much on Unreal Engine, and what they should have done is, Like, if I'm Sony, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm Sony, I am contemplating doing what EA did with their whatever that Frostbite engine, but Frostbite was a piece of shit. If I'm Sony, I'm like, hey, why don't we try to get a lot of you guys and incentivize you to use Decima? Like, I think Decima would be a great engine for Last of Us games or Naughty Dog. What engine do they use? Or do they use their own engine?
Naughty
I
Dog?
think they got their own engine too.
They got their own engine.
They got their own engine? Oh, okay. Yeah, and I think what held Naughty Dog back was that the factions. That's what threw them back, is factions. Like, games coming every 4 years, unless they're like AA-ish, AAA games being developed within less than 6 or 7 years. I think those days are over. Those days are definitely over. Until
and
AI,
we all know Sony is the Chicago Bulls of gaming with they get judged different. You know, they get judged different. If they have any bugs, it's thrown away. If they have any clipping, it's not, oh, that's not the regular Sony quality. They can't just drop things. They have to be so polished when they come out. They have to be polished when they come out. Like, Sony can't just drop anything. They have a certain reputation, like Naughty Dog. Certain places have reputations where though Bethesda bugs was seen as charm. Yeah. You know? Sony and Naughty Dog can't do that. They can't do that, man. They done built up a certain reputation that they can't have no flaws. So them just dropping games every 4 years, and that's not what they ever. I don't think they can do that. Their games won't sell. Look at Days Gone. Days Gone had just as many bugs as any other open world, and they destroyed it. Destroyed it when it first launched. It was just as buggy as any other open world game you've seen. But the fact they had that Sony label on the front, that's not how Sony games come out. They destroyed Days Gone. Now it's getting its props now, but you know, it's just certain. That's not my biggest issue with Sony as of right now. I can put it that way, because I got Stellar Blade last year. I got Final Fantasy Rebirth last year. They put millions upon millions of dollars into other avenues, so I had games last year. I appreciate it, you know. But do I want their games to come out? Of course. I can't wait for Ghost to come out. You know, can't wait for Ghost, because I know what it's going to be. I know what Sucker Punch can do. So I can't wait for that game to come out. But long you're spending money, and this is, this is my problem. Y'all spent so much money on exclusives last year, and then you turn around this year and do this?
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look, I'm going to say this. Something's going on at Sony's board. Something clearly is going on at Sony's board where they're in a panic mode. I think if I had to guess, I think it had to start with when Jim Ryan said, "Oh no, Phil Spencer ain't gonna do nothing," right? I think it started then, and then when Phil Spencer actually tried to push the exclusive narrative, I think they panicked. And they've been making poor leadership decisions since then. I think the board has to really be looked at, and you can't just get rid of a board. Like, I guess people have to be voted out, but they ain't gonna vote each other out. Like, something has to be, the board has to be looked at, and the main thing that pressures a board to either be moved or to make better decisions are consumers and other outside investors like stockholders. Like, if they say this board is fucked up, then they'll get replaced. I think there's a deeper problem within Sony for them to even pick a CFO, not to just, and we got to remember, he's not just the CFO of Sony. Before he was the CFO of Sony, they put him directly over PlayStation because it was the board that believed in his cockamamie bullshit and that it needed to happen to PlayStation. So it's not just Hiroki Totoki. Hiroki Totoki is symptomatic of whatever the board is thinking right now. That's the problem. And a message, yes, Hiroki Totoki needs to go, but a bigger message needs to go to the board of Sony for them to understand. I don't know what fucking, I don't know what type of, I don't know who spiked your sake. I don't know what drugs you're puffing on over there, but you guys need to cut this fucking shit out. This type of leadership is not only detrimental to PlayStation, but it will eradicate you, Sony, as a company. The board has to understand that, because again, I know I sound like a broken record. They are the one. Hiroki didn't wake up and say, I think I need to be in charge of PlayStation. No, they put him there. So yeah, we got to speak up. And like I said earlier, two people that I'm ultra cool with in this community, and they both been guests here on this platform. You have King Thrash, you have Porter Rock. They're on two totally idealistic spectrums here. I'm personally more aligned with what Porter Rock is saying, but totally open to King Thrash having conversations about what he thinks about this and all this other stuff.
What do King Thrash think?
King Thrash thinks he thinks that this is an overreaction and that they're not going to put future titles on PlayStation. I mean, on Xbox. He thinks that is, and if I'm wrong, he can correct the record, or other people can correct the record. I feel like that he believes that PlayStation is just referring to live service. That's what I had surmised from some of the tweets and stuff that I saw from Thrash. Thrash, he always is more than welcome to come on here and clarify and give his point. But I don't trust PlayStation like that, because I've seen this before, and I know how executives talk. And it's Hiroki Totoki said enough. We've seen enough double speak from Herman Hulst, and just the actions of the board tell me that they're panicked. They're totally panicked. There's a lot going on over at Sony too, like as far as like the Japanese yen and just other things that are outside of gaming, to where this board is totally panicked. Again, we are forgetting the board hand selected Hiroki Totoki. Hiroki didn't just wake up and say, "Oh, where you going, Hiroki?" "Oh, I'm going over to PlayStation because I'm going to be running them." No, the board selected him and made him interim chairman of PlayStation, knowing how uncultured he is and what his focus would be. They did that. So yeah, this is bigger than Hiroki Totoki, if you really think about it. This is the board. But yeah, to answer your question, I believe the crux of his belief system is that PlayStation games are not going over there at mass, that it's going to, I believe he believes it's going to be games that are either going to be super old or live service. And it's not that big of a deal.
I hope he's right.
Well, what is super old though?
Running on an Xbox.
Yeah.
Boss, what would you say is super old though?
I would say 6 years, but we know that they're not waiting.
Bro, that means God of War is gonna go to Xbox and Spider-Man.
Exactly. Porter Rock made a great point, and I hate to be the mouthpiece for both of them. That would be a great debate, Thrash and Porter Rock, about this. But Porter Rock made a great point. this guy or gal or whoever it is, they're being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to do this job. They already have like 11 blockbuster or critically acclaimed PlayStation games that they can start porting on Xbox right now. Again, in the job description, I'll show you right here. It says clearly that shaping and executing the leadership role in executing the global commercial strategies for PlayStation Studios software across all digital platforms. This role is accountable for optimizing title profitability, ensuring cross-functional alignment, and leading a high-performing team focused on multi-platform expansion. Porter Rock made the point, there are no better games to optimize profitability on Xbox than God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarok, all the Spider-Man Return. You know what I'm saying? Like, those games are going. And to your point, Cold Blood, what is quote unquote old? Because Marvel Spider-Man 2 just came out, and those motherfuckers.
Wait, Moss, I would say the definition of old to PlayStation now is 1 year.
Exactly, yeah. It's old. Yep. And
so this year we're gonna wait, Juice. Let me finish. This year we celebrate that Ghost of Yotei comes out. Next year we gonna be fucking mad as hell because Ghost of Tsushima is on Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
It could happen. It could easily happen now. And is King Fresh gonna come in here and tell us we're still overreacting because it's an old game?
Yeah.
Because I don't think so. I think he's gonna be the first one to tell you now it's really over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead,
this also comes off the heels of them doing horrible numbers with ports.
Yes. Yeah.
Look at their PC ports. Like, this is not even like they're making big money with their ports. They're doing horrible numbers. I bet you they're probably losing money on a couple of these ports.
Yep.
But then you decide to double and triple down.
Yes.
And put your stuff on an Xbox where they don't even buy their own shit.
But the most, the highest selling game, the highest selling game on PlayStation right now is an Xbox game. That should tell you everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think the problem right then and there that lets us know, as far as I'm concerned, that we are not over exaggerating is just what was laid out. Your PC efforts have bombed. If you look at them in totality as far as releases are concerned, they've bombed. You had God of War 2018 that did good. I think Ghost of Tsushima did all right. The first Horizon, I think, did okay. The second one got pirated to hell like within 30 seconds. And then you have Helldivers 2. But because Helldivers 2 did so well, your CFO, that all he thinks about is money, he didn't say, okay, we tried this to see how this is going to go, and we see this is not going to work. He said, we are going to make this work. This has to work. I can't fathom it not working. So what we're going to do, as Juice said, is we're going to double down on this. We're actually going to hire a motherfucker to try to make this work. Because that's why it's not working.
No, Moss, apparently, if we go by King Fresh, this is an old job. Just some dude retired and now they need a new one. Yes, that's exactly what he said.
No, this is somebody new who has a new profitability litmus. I don't if this is a culmination of a job that was there before and they enhanced it, I don't know. Like they call it a requisition. Did the requisition leave and then they took the requisition and reformed it? I don't know. But this is a new role. This is a new role. We got Brigadier Williams announced. He says, yo, MM2K, I now live in a country where I can do super chats. Have a great stream. Thank you so much with the 10 euros. Oh, appreciate it, my good friend. Thank you so much. As soon as it pops up.
Good looking out, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, if they took the rec and said, okay, we had somebody that was eyeballing beta multiplat efforts before and they left, and this is related to that position, that doesn't make it the same. There's new responsibility on this, and then this role is accountable for optimizing title profitability. This is all new verbiage. This is all new. Like when you do your assessments at the end of the year, this is a whole new. This person, when they sit down with whoever they report to, that's why it's put in the job description like that. This is a whole new litmus that they got to live up to, is the profitability. They're not just responsible for making sure that the port goes over smooth and all this other stuff. And then this has been enhanced because now Xbox and Nintendo has specifically been laid out in the job description. When you have these things specifically laid out in the job description, now to even qualify for this job, see, this is what makes it different. The things that they're asking for, the things that qualify you for this job and the things that they're going to rate you for this job have changed. So it's not the same thing. Now they're making it very clear. We are not just looking at a game that you might throw on PC and we want you to make sure it's smooth. No, we're going to watch your efforts on Steam, Epic Game Store, Xbox, Nintendo, and all other stuff. So assumably, you need to have experience. You know, you'll be qualified for this if you have experience with those storefronts, right? First and foremost. So that's a different gauge of expectation to even be hired for the job or qualification for the job. Secondly, and more importantly, you can't just say, okay, so you drop Helldivers 2 on PC. Say if Helldivers 2 was just on Steam and it did well on PC. You still fell at your job, even if Helldivers 2 does well, if all your other ports to Xbox and Nintendo fail. When you sit down with that manager or your boss or your superior, that's what they're going to rate you on. So this is a totally different set of expectations, a totally different set of or additional, at the very least, additional expectations, additional qualifications. That makes the position different. It's different.
Can I answer one comment?
Sure, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Donald Covey, you know that the Xbox controller has that select button. They can just use that for the touchpad. There's not much of a difference in controls, really.
Mm-hmm. Old Man Gaming Guru said they are literally looking for Phil Spencer to the requirements.
That's what I said to you before we started the stream.
They
just 4 games, don't worry, just 4 games.
Just 4 games. Yeah, you know what? I think that now is a good time, better than ever. Let me pull out this tweet from what's his name? From shout out to Jazz that pulled it out. And look, and this is hurting Jazz, man.
Wait. Shout out to Kiri for the $2.
Yep.
I don't know if Ybarra sent a recipe yet.
He probably wouldn't mind. No, he's with that gambling site. He's making hand over fist with them. Now, if his passion for gaming was that severe, he might apply for it.
But he would not. he would not do it for that amount of money. He would probably want more.
Yeah, he would want more because he's making way more than that. I would presume, being the CEO of a gambling site. Yeah, he's doing all right for himself. I want to find Jez's. Here it goes. And put it up here on the screen. All right, so.
Oh nah, Andrew, nah, hell no.
What would you see?
Now,
Yeah,
if Paris comes on here, you don't want me here. Trust me.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Paris should come on here. Look,
Darkness.
shout out to Paris. Shout out to Paris. I'll just say I don't agree. I don't agree with his takes on this. A lot of people have pointed out on his that, you know, he said that in particular his take on people are going to look back at this and laugh. I think that's irrelevant to what's going on now. Like, you know, people would look back and laugh at some of the stuff that we did in the Super Nintendo and Genesis eras. Like, oh, they used to do that. They used to only play with 3 or 4 buttons. Yeah, I mean, that's all you needed for that time. Exclusives, while hardware is still prevalent, and while you're trying to push a marketplace, and when people don't financially have a need for a $500 box just to play a game, like you and I got to make a selection. Oh, do I get this box or that box? Something has to stand out, and features are not enough.
Oh no, Paris is in the chat.
Oh, is Paris in the chat? He said, "You know, I'm always listening." Oh, of course. And this is what did I say before, Paris? I always know that you're listening per the thing that I responded to you behind the scenes that you still have yet to answer. But anyway, people always say, are always going to look back at what we did prior and say, oh yeah, they did that, they did this. And I don't think that's prevalent to the time. I think what's prevalent right now is that people buy hardware. People need to game on specific hardware, and the choices that they make are going to be beyond features. And it's going to be software. And Paris is in the chat. He said as well in the past. At the time, he didn't understand why the purchase was being made for Bethesda. You know what I'm saying? Why would you spend so much on Bethesda if you weren't going to keep those games exclusive? I think it's less of a matter of what people in the future may retrospectively look back at. I think it's more important to how are we aligned with the gaming community, and how are we going to see success? I'll give you a prime example. I am all in on cloud gaming. I love cloud gaming. Co-founder of Cloud Dosage. Shout out to Cloud Dosage, #1 cloud gaming site in the world. Love it. But I understand the mainstream desires and needs of the gaming community, and I understand that right now cloud gaming does not serve the needs of the mainstream gamer in totality. The closest thing to do that right now is GeForce Now. GeForce Now is an awesome service. Love it. But I get where the average mainstream gamer doesn't want to rely on the internet because of internet issues and things like that. And the fact that every single game isn't available on GeForce Now. Oh, a whole shitload of games are available. An overwhelming amount of games are available on GeForce Now, but not every game is there. So mainstream gamers rather invest in dedicated hardware. Not a problem. I understand that. But it's more or less about being aligned with the needs of the gamers. Now, as we go down the road, everything might be on the cloud. And gamers in 2035 or 2040 might say, you know, these motherfuckers used to game on hardware. Okay, we used to game on hardware, but that was your best experience in totality for the average mainstream gamer. So like I said, I hear where, shout out to, like I said before, shout out to Paris, but I don't agree. And I think, if nothing against Paris, but I just think that argumentation is irrelevant because the needs of today are different than the needs of in the future.
Bro, I'm reading this shit that Herman Hurst said, man. Jesus Christ. I'm reading what's on the screen, what you just put on the screen. Oh my goodness. He just spelling it out for us, huh?
Yeah. This was 2020. And this is why they know that this issue is important, right? They know this issue is important because they actually did a fake ass before. And look, Phil Spencer just followed Herman Holtz's lead when they did that fake ass sit down, the big podcast. Remember that? Where it was only 4 games. Herman Holtz did it first. PlayStation Blog sat down with him in 2020 and asked him, now PlayStation is no stranger to publishing titles on PC, but Horizon Zero Dawn is one of the largest games to make that leap. Is there anything you would say to PlayStation fans? What does it mean for the future? And Herman Holtz says, sure. I think it's important that we stay open to new ideas of how to introduce more people to PlayStation and show people what they've been missing out on. And to put a few minds at ease. Here we go. Listen. Cue it up. Listen to this dumb bullshit. And to maybe put a few minds at ease, releasing one first-party AAA title to PC doesn't necessarily mean that every game now will come to PC. God damn. Phil Spencer was only taken out of the Herman Holtz book. In my mind, Horizon Zero Dawn was just a great fit in this particular instance. We don't have plans for day and date PC releases, and we remain 100% committed to dedicated hardware. 5 years later, does that still apply? So now retrospectively, now we look at what Phil Spencer said, which was still some, some misleading BS. But he was predicated by Herman Holtz.
Yeah, I was reading that while you was talking to Paris, brother, and I just shook my head the whole time. This is just 4 games.
Yeah. I can't believe
all this word salad to me just came out to just 4 games.
Yeah. I'll say this. I credit the PlayStation community for being, and I'm sorry, I keep talking. I just can't. The argumentation in the PlayStation community, I can't understand. I'm not doing what Porter Rock did. I'm not calling y'all dumb, but I'm not trying to shame Porter Rock for using that terminology. I will. You guys are lacking insight in the community. Here's what I have to say about all this. You can't sit there and clown the Xbox community the way that you have over it's only ABK games. It was only 4 games. This, that, and the third. You can't do that, then at the same time see people that clearly don't have the respect for for the exclusive brand and how exclusives create a better product. They don't look at it that way. Totoki is very clear in saying that. Totoki said 2 vital things. We do not believe that worldwide studios need to be around to support the hardware. We feel like that you know, a lot of these games are coming in over budget. And I'm paraphrasing here, but you know, we can cut down the cost of these games. Old PlayStation didn't feel that way. If we feel like you're talented enough, we trust you. Do what you need to do. It's just whenever you come to us with the project completed, this shit better be a banger, because we need to sell consoles based off of this. Hence why Shuhei Yoshida went back to Cory Barlog and said, put this back in the oven. If they had to put it back in the oven, and this is why there's a stark difference for those that don't understand why this is an issue, who think we're just sitting up here mad because we can't argue on Twitter. No, here's the stark difference on why this is a compelling issue for us. Shuhei Yoshida, with the former PlayStation mindset, said, Cory, that's not good enough. You gotta put that back in the oven and start over, because this has to be great enough to sell our console. Right? We don't care the cost. Or the cost is not an issue right now. Start over. We need this to sell our console. And PlayStation at the time weren't adverse to canceling projects. Shuhei also told, he said, there are so many games that we canceled you'll never know about. It's ridiculous. Again, I'm paraphrasing. So it's not like they're adverse to canceling projects, but this God of War remake was so important and it had to be so stellar. You gotta go back to the drawing board, because it has to sell, it has to push consoles. You gotta do this again. Cost is not an issue, because that had to be costly for them to go back and start over. They were finished, just about. They were finished just about, if I have my information right, showed it to Shuhei and he said, no, do it over. That is a sense of urgency, a sense of care to quality, and the mindset that, look, money ain't a thing when it comes to this. This has to be stellar. The flip side of that, if instead of Shuhei Yoshida and the old mindset being there, let's just imagine if the same thing happens under Hiroki Totoki. What's likely going to happen now is, the product that could be significantly better, even if it is a staple brand product like a God of War, whatever, they're going to look at it and say, okay, that's good enough. Put it out there. Put it out there. Let's make 2 TV shows and an anime behind it. Put it out there. Call up Bandai Namco. Call up Amazon. We got a movie that we're going to put out here. Call up Bandai Namco, you know, and let's call Popo Fun. Let's go get some toys out. That's the new Hiroki Totoki mindset. You're not going to get that level of care to quality. Either that's going to happen. I'm sorry,
that's a great point, bro.
Either that's going to happen or cancel it. Fuck it. We'll use the money for something else, because now money is a thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Juice. What were you saying?
Yeah, no, you made such a great point. I forgot all about that. Mm-hmm. So say the budget was like 150, right? Mm-hmm. That had to cost them another 50 to 75 to restart that. Yeah. They already had the bones. So they had to throw another 50 to 75 million in that to restart that and get the game that we wanted.
Thank you.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I never thought of it. You broke it down very good, like very nicely. I never thought of it on that level.
That is the issue.
Crazy.
So when people tell me, oh, Marsh, you're just trying to console war, you're just trying to fanboy, I simply tell them, I think this is flying over your head. Sit down and listen. Be quick to listen. Be quick to listen and slow to speak. As my grandmammy used to tell me. This is not about Twitter. Twitter's not a real fucking place to me. I have a family, I have 5 kids, 5 grandkids, a job, and 2 businesses. I don't give a shit about Twitter. Twitter's just something to pass the time. You know, if I'm bored for a split second to post, I don't give a fuck about Twitter. This is not about Twitter. My hobby is gaming. I've been doing it for 4 decades. I have seen trends pass and go. I've seen what worked. I've seen what failed. A lot of you motherfuckers, and let me just be very clear, because is Paris still in the chat? I want to make sure that Paris knows. I'm not talking about him because I know he has a long lineage in gaming too. Just so you know, Paris, if you're still listening, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the fly-by-night mofos that just started gaming maybe 13 months ago. They play everything on easy. They have no palpable palate towards quality gaming, who want to sit there and call this fanboying. Those are they're all, AKA the tourists in this. Y'all don't respect the lineage. They think just because they played a whole bunch of games on easy, all of a sudden, they've kind of caught up to what gaming is about. I'm talking to you folks. Well, this is all about fanboying and all. No, I've seen what works. I've seen what doesn't work. What works for PlayStation is what Shuhei Yoshida laid out years ago. You want to talk about it? There it is. Shuhei Yoshida, only 4 out of 10 PlayStation games make money, but Sony will always support talent. This is all the way back from 2014. I know I keep going to this, but facts are facts. Sony Computer Entertainment has been known to publish quite a few games that haven't exactly been financial breakthroughs. They've been complaining about this since 2014, yet they don't seem to be able to give up on that kind of experience, as explained by Worldwide Studios president Shuhei Yoshida during his panel at Game Lab in Barcelona a few days ago in 2014. He says, it's a hit-driven business. We look at our financial results of the titles and probably 3 or 4 out of the 10 make money. And maybe 1 or 2 make all the money to cover the cost of the other titles. So we have to be able to maintain that hit ratio at a certain level to be able to continue in this business. So we always try to find out and support and help and grow the talent. That's the most important work that I believe myself and some of my management team at the Worldwide Studios are doing. That is the mindset of, hey, these games got to be so good. They have to lift the weight of selling you a $500 box. Not, oh, this game just has to pass the margins of its $60 or $70 price tag. That's why Shuhei Yoshida said, Corey, fuck the cost. You got to go back and put that back in the oven. That's what we're complaining about. You're not going to get that same level of quality over Totoki. Not only is he not going to entice that type of quality, he's actually pushing against it. He said we're going to cut back on the cost of these games. So extra polish that Neil Druckmann talked about in his documentaries and all the other stuff, that costs money. Those days will be eradicated over Totoki. It's not about arguing on Twitter. I want to see new, innovative, groundbreaking experiences, not more AAA cookie cutter slop that's trying to follow the trends. That's what it's about. Be quick to listen, slow to speak. Hopefully, I've educated some of you newbies that are in this gaming thing. Been doing this for 4 decades. Too many of you do not understand nor respect the lineage to understand what's going on here. Sometimes you got to sit out of certain conversations. For those of you where this flies over your head, this is the one that you sit on the sidelines on. You have no clue what you're talking about, and you sound silly in your analysis. It makes no sense. And for those of you that don't have a palate to understand it, you sound like to me, oh, well, we don't care if Ruth Chris Steakhouse starts bringing in McDonald's workers to make the steak. We don't care. Why does it matter? If that's going to help the steak sell at McDonald's as well, who cares? I care about a quality steak. So no, I don't want McDonald's chefs coming in here to make the steak. I don't want Ruth Chris Steakhouse trying to make a certain steak or substitute all their steaks to be steaks that could be sold at McDonald's as well. I care about quality. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
They only eat McDonald's. They're the ones. They're the ones that eat. They only play Call of Duty and Overwatch and 2K and Madden. So why would they care? They wouldn't give a rat's ass. They don't care.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, Paris is inviting me up. How much more time we got? You know what, Paris? Can I take a rain check, because we got 2 more topics, and again he's probably like, well, that ain't fair. You said my piece, but I'll give you an opportunity. We got 2 more topics that I want to go over real quick before I got to get out of here, because speaking of place of business, I got to go to it. But I'll definitely bring you up here, because I'm not a person that likes to speak on behalf of other people. Like I kind of did that with Porter Rock and King Thrash, and I want to give them an opportunity to speak their piece as well. But now, definitely, if you don't mind, my good friend, he says 5 minutes is all I need. Okay, hold on. See, I don't even know if he's in this Discord. I don't even know. Hold on one second. Let me see here. Do I have him? Is he in this? This is our new Discord. Let me look and see. Chill.
So are we gonna hear now how this is great for gaming? Because if that's the case,
Stop
goddamn.
Hold on, let me see
Stop.
here. New channel, server boost. Hold on, server settings. Okay, there we go. God damn, I ain't been in Discord that long. Oh no, damn, we hardly have anybody in here. Okay, yeah, I would have to set it up and all the other shit. Is Sean in the chat? Because we'd have to do it like how we did Juice. Is Sean in the chat? Have you
Sean
heard from
playing
Sean?
Donkey Kong?
Are you playing? No, let me look here. Okay, no, our tech guy for this damn Discord isn't in here, Paris. This is a different Discord that we do for the panel shows. I promise I'll get you back in there. I'll send you an invite in the DM. I promise, and we'll get you set up. This is a different Discord that me and you were in. I'm in with Porter Rock or whatever, and Tim Dog and everybody else. I have everybody else in a different Discord. This was a community made Discord, and I can't operate it.
Just post an invite in the chat, bro.
Yeah, but then he has to be given certain access, right?
Why? He just has to come to one of the voice chats and you pull him down. That's it.
Hold on, let me see here. All right.
I mean, we can give him a special access later if he wants to.
Okay, hold on one second. All right, I'm going to. I'm a DM you, Paris. Hold on. Here you go. All right. Now, Juice, you got to talk your shit live with Paris. No, I'm just joking. Now you got to talk your shit to Paris's face. No, it's. I got a message. It's all love. I hope he doesn't. I sent you a link, Paris. Let me know when you're in here in the DM, and I'll drag you in. And hopefully, Cold Blood is right. Cold Blood is right. I can just drag. Oh, damn. That was quick as hell. All right. There he goes. All right. I'm dragging you down now. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Say something. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I hear you. You hear me okay?
Oh, okay. All right. Before we go any further, brother, it's all love. I joke all the time. That's all I want to say. I have no issue with you. I just don't want to be put in a position where every time I mention something in relation to you, I got to say, Paris, we cool. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right.
I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right.
I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all love. All right. I just want to put that out there. It's all l
No, I know it's all love, and I appreciate you having me up. And again, I will not take a lot of time, but as you know, and as I said in there, bro, I'm always listening. So I'm subscribed to your channel. So I literally got to know. I was like, oh, let me jump in and see what they're talking about. And when I heard my name, that's why I said something in the chat. To clear up a couple things. So you were mostly correct in what you talked about as far as what I said, what was it? God, 5 years ago at this point. And this is why the tweet still exists. You don't see me removing nothing because when I say something in the moment, I obviously believe it. And at that time, I was 100% correct. I wasn't wrong because what I said was, it wasn't about Activision, it was about Bethesda. I said, you don't spend $7.5 billion to keep things the same. That's what I said. And Phil Spencer publicly agreed with me. So I wasn't wrong in that moment. Clearly, things have changed over the past 5 years. And I think a lot of that for Xbox had to do with them acquiring Activision. Because again, if you go back, I said, well, they can't make Call of Duty exclusive. It makes too much money, you know? Whereas Bethesda, yeah, I truly believe they were going to make everything exclusive. That's why Starfield was exclusive, Redfall as examples. But everything that you've been saying about with PlayStation and all that, it just simply comes down to this. They're trying to generate more revenue, more money. That's all this is. That's what Xbox is doing. That's what PlayStation seemingly with this job description is about to do as well. That's why Helldivers 2 is going over. That's why I do believe you will eventually see single player games go on Xbox as well. Not day and date. I don't think they're going to do that at all because PlayStation strategy is clearly different than what Xbox is doing. But they're going to bring their legacy titles over to Xbox. They're obviously already on PC. And I think your point about not necessarily like the big PC games have probably been profitable. Some of the other ones have not. Like I think of Little Big Planet is on PC. Ain't nobody buying that game on PC. So that probably wasn't profitable to them. I'm not, and you already know this, I'm not one of these that, oh, the sky's falling, whole slate play. I don't think PlayStation is doing that at all. But I do think they're going to be very strategic about IPs that they think can generate revenue. They're going to put them other places. So you know, is it Spider-Man? Is it like I think Horizon is a prime one, Aloy. If they come out with this live service Horizon game, at that point you might as well put Aloy single player on Xbox too. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. That's where I disagree. I think you don't hire someone for hundreds of thousands of dollars, even in this industry, to be selective. What I've heard from Hiroki Totoki, and I pre-warned everybody when I first heard his first communication, I kind of knew the direction he was heading in. Whole slate's coming. I don't think that's FUD when people say the whole slate's coming. I think it's the truth. He looks at this as, hey, why aren't these games everywhere? That's going to make more money for us while our margins are in single digits. Let's put the games everywhere. Oh, what? There's random quote unquote fanboys. And part of my speech was for him too. There's fanboys that won't like this on Twitter. Oh, screw them. This is going to bring us more money because more places equates to more money. And then number two, I think them seeing certain Xbox games come to PlayStation and do better, that falsely solidifies their thought process that putting more games everywhere always equates to more money. I don't believe that. In this situation, what makes PlayStation money is its store. And I care about that because by them making their games so desired to push a store, that's why I bought the PlayStation. I didn't just buy the PlayStation because I thought Horizon looked cool or, you know, Last of Us 2 looked cool, whatever. I bought the PlayStation because I know the quality of their games. And listening to Hiroki Totoki from the very beginning, looking at how he's perceiving the strategy for their first party games to be more like multiplats, I know that quality is going to go down. So I get to where they want to make more money, but I think the detriment and the harm it's going to do to the quality after the fact is why it's a problem.
And you very well could be correct. I mean, time will tell how that plays out. But to your very point, you don't create this position at that salary point, and it's not looking at the entire portfolio and seeing what makes sense and what does not to move over. And you also have to factor this in as well. And it's obviously rumor. We don't know exactly what it's going to be. But if this next generation Xbox is essentially, because it's going to be open platform, right? So if it's pulling in PC digital stores, who knows what conversations are happening, behind the scenes, that they could be like, well, the games we put on Steam and Epic are going to be on that Xbox device anyways. Maybe we can make a deal with Microsoft so that the games directly from their store, we get a bigger cut.
Yeah,
that could be possible as well. So, like I said, I get that. When I saw that tweet went out Friday, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a meltdown this weekend over that. And obviously we've seen it. But one other thing, I guess you pulled up the tweet where I said yesterday about exclusive, like future generations will study this and look back at it and they'll probably laugh at us. When I say us, I am definitely including myself, because I think a lot of the tweets and the comments and the podcasts and stuff that we've had over the years, they'll look back, and you kind of already said this, that they'll go, really? There was a time where you can only play this game on this device and it wasn't available more places? That doesn't make sense. Like, again, I'm looking down the road. I'm not console warring or whenever I say that. And, oh my God, of course, I've seen the screenshots of the quote tweets already going out about that, because they're going back to what I said 5 years ago. But I'm including what I said 5 years ago. As we sit here today, I was wrong. You know what I mean? You own it. Yep. Looks like it didn't play out that way, and you move forward from that. I think what you've said and other people have said, moving forward, these companies are going to do what's best for them, not us. It ain't about our feelings. It really isn't. So if games are going to show up other places, focus on the games themselves. And I do think, and I want to make sure I be clear about this, I do think PlayStation's strategy of, all right, let's focus on making the best game that we can for the PlayStation, get that out the door at quality, and then we'll port it somewhere else, does make more sense than trying to date everything. Obviously, third parties do this, but if you don't have to put everything out day and date, then you don't do it. We just saw with Forza Horizon 5, a game that's 4 years old. Look how it's old on PlayStation. So it didn't have to be day and date to still get interest from that group of people. So Xbox is clearly way more aggressive with this. I think even in their strategy, if you look, certain games are not going day and date. Avowed still hasn't gone. Keeper, which is going to come out in October, is not on PlayStation day and date. But I do think it comes down to the studio size, the resources they have, what they can potentially do to bring games out on multiple platforms. I think the studios that don't have that capability, you're going to see a more staggered release. Like I expect next year, Gears E-Day clearly is going to be on PlayStation 5. Fable's going to be on PlayStation 5. I think those type of big studios will have their stuff day and date, but that's their business model. And I think they've seen with the Just 4 games, they saw Sea of Thieves had traction. Obviously, Forza now has had traction. There's no incentive for them to reverse course. They're going to continue to do this, and they're probably going to be even more aggressive. And I would say with PlayStation, if they're seeing huge success with Helldivers 2, and let's just say they do bring Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West over, and all of a sudden they're selling well, then they'll probably be more aggressive with it too.
Let me ask you this real quick, Paris. I know you. I said, well, you said you would give us a couple minutes, and I'm holding you hostage.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, yeah. As long as you want me, I just don't want to derail your show. I just wanted to say a couple things. But go ahead, please. This,
honestly, do you think that this is a successful venture for PlayStation? If these games are coming, and when I say PlayStation, I mean the console, do you think that this will be successful, that there still will be a successful PlayStation console? Let's say if these games are coming a year, maybe 16 months to all these other platforms. Because when I read that job description, I see eventually, maybe not 2025, maybe not 2026, but by the time we get to PlayStation 6, I see uniformity. I see close to day and date as possible for a lot of these games. So if the most I gotta wait for a game a PlayStation game is like a year and a half, how does that, how do you still have a successful PlayStation after that, a successful PlayStation console after that?
I think, in my opinion, I don't think it's going to matter, because I think people that want to play on PlayStation will continue to play on PlayStation. I think people that want to play on Xbox will continue to play on Xbox. I don't think we've seen any sign with games going to PC that has all of a sudden had people not want to still buy a console that wanted to buy a console. So I don't think that really changes anything in that aspect, especially timed exclusivity where you would have to wait. I think, if anything, there'd be FOMO. Why am I waiting a year and a half to play Spider-Man 3? I want to play Spider-Man 3 now. I better get a PlayStation and play it.
Yeah. See that there, I just don't agree. I don't think that
you're going to see less people buy Xboxes after they start going from Xbox to straight to PC day and day.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been putting games on PC since what, 2016? Right?
Shout out Yatsen with the $2 says, shout out to Paris. Shout out to you, sir. You got a fan in the chat, Paris. Shout out
hey
to
man,
Paris.
you look, you know me, bro. I don't run from anything. That's why when I hear people talking about me, I was like, well, let me give my point of view on something. So that's all this is. But I to your point again, I don't think it's going to have that huge of an impact, because I do think PlayStation has that brand identity that would supersede, so God of War is on a PC or it's on an Xbox. Nah, I like PlayStation. I like the DualSense. I like what their hardware brings to the table. I'm still going to go buy a PlayStation.
Yeah. I think what's going to hurt PlayStation is, to your point, volume wise, you're not going to see this exodus of like 40-60% of PlayStation users go elsewhere, because where else are they going to go at this point? I don't think that the average PlayStation user is going to say, oh, there's a pre-built PC for me, or called an Xbox that I can go to, or I'm going to go to the Switch where, it's like 450p, 13 frames per second. I don't think that's going to happen. But what's going to happen are the diehards, us, people that even know that this podcast exists, or maybe they don't. Those of us that as Matt Piscatella laid out, ironically, even though he doesn't agree with this, but Matt Piscatella laid out that there are the around 30-something%, I believe it is, when you mash the two groups together, that buy about anywhere between 6 or more games a year. They're going to look, because they have the disposable income, they're going to look and say, well, hold on. If these PlayStation games are coming to PC within a year or a year and a half, why do I have a PlayStation? Why don't I just soup up my PC? I'm out of here. And I think a good 10% of them, 10% of that 30% would actually leave. And I think that would hurt PlayStation severely, because they are the biggest spenders. They are the ones that buy the most games. They're the ones that do the most, word of mouth and whatever. And I think that's why Xbox started seeing the decline, because their hardcore started going to PC. So that's just my point of view. I get it in totality wise. I don't think that you're going to see a mass exodus numbers wise, but I think a large percentage of their revenue is going to go to PC. They're not going to get that 30%. More importantly, the 30% from the store from these people, and they're going to have to start sharing their first party revenue. I just think it's a horrible strategy, and that's my take on. I get where you're coming from, where you don't.
Well, let me flip it back to you this way, because I get your point, and obviously time will tell, what's right and what's wrong. Because what did Herman Holt say not too long ago in that sit down? They're basically only guaranteeing one major AAA release from PlayStation a year moving forward. Yep. And I think I heard you even talk about it before. I mean, these dev times are out of control. It's taking way too long to make AAA games now. So even in that sense, maybe okay, so you might lose a few people to PC, but you're still going to have people that are going to pick it up on the console. You're still going to get your 30% cut from all the third-party games that are coming. Obviously, the Xbox games that are coming too. But now you've expanded your reach, I guess, by putting more of your games on PC, putting them on Xbox, and putting them on Switch too. So even though you might have lost some hardware numbers, you're actually gaining because you're selling more software.
Yeah, but Sony make way more money off of selling directly from their store than they do the game. Like them selling, let's say for instance in a year, let's just say if PlayStation sells 30 million copies of a God of War between all these other platforms off of PlayStation, and each copy equates to a person. Those 30 million people are a lot more potent if they have a PlayStation and they're buying not only that copy of God of War, but their Madden, their FIFA, their Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? From the place. That's where I think we're losing the number side of it. I get where they're going to cannibalize their store sales, which dwarf any potential multi-plat sales. I mean, look at EA or Activision Blizzard, biggest multi-plat company out there. They made $9 billion. PlayStation as a storefront, or Steam as a storefront, the lowest revenue bringing storefront, beat them at 10-11 billion. PlayStation, hitting 30 billion. Most of that is their storefront. I don't think, and this is just my thought process, I don't think that we're understanding how much the storefront revenue, which is the bulk of their revenue, will get cannibalized if these people go elsewhere. PlayStation Plus, right? PlayStation Plus is supposed to be a big revenue bringer for them now. That will get cannibalized too.
So let me throw this back at you, and I'm sure some people in the chat will roll their eyes when I say this. Now, remember when we interviewed Phil Spencer? This was when the CMA thing in Redfall came out, right, on XCast.
Yep.
And he was not in a great mood that day. So it was obviously one of the most pivotal interviews I think we've had in this industry. He said at that time, it doesn't matter if Starfield was an 11 out of 10. We lost the most important generation, which was the digital library generation. It is going to be very hard to get people to move off of their digital libraries. So to everything that you're saying, in that sense, wouldn't that incentivize people that have already built up this big digital library on PlayStation to continue to play games on PlayStation, because that's where all their games are, in that store of everything that you're talking about, versus, all right, I'm done packing up my PS5. I'm just going to move and go buy a 4090 and play on PC. And now I got to start over again as far as my digital library goes.
I'm a frisbee it back to you, and I'll let you next one after I frisbee it. But here, and this is really going to make people's eyes roll back. Donnie D may have not done a lot of great things, but I think he was right in this point. Hardcore gamers don't care about old games. I think the whole digital library thing from Phil Spencer, disagree. I don't disagree, but go ahead. I think that whole digital library thing from Phil Spencer, honestly, in my opinion, was an excuse. I think that only matters to free-to-play games like Roblox and all and stuff like that. And now most of those games are cross-platform anyway. So I think it was just that people didn't think. Like what we're seeing now is the reason why I think Xbox games are doing so well on PlayStation, or not all of them, but the ones that are doing numbers because of the novelty. You were around and you were gaming too back when Sega started putting, when Dreamcast ended, and then they started putting their games on PlayStation. It was the novelty, right? But more importantly, I think that people looked at Xbox games, even though they were like, Xbox games suck. I think they thought they were interesting, but they weren't good enough to buy a console for. Now that I don't have to buy a console for it, I can play that game just on the console that I have. And I think that works for Xbox as far as keeping them solvent and afloat. But I don't think that the average PlayStation gamer that's a hardcore gamer is sitting there looking at like, oh man, I'm going to lose access to Order 1886. Oh, well, I better stay here and not go to PC. I think that they're like, okay, I beat the game. I'm done with it. It was fun. It was great. It was a great experience. I'm out of here. Yeah, I'm not investing any more money into this. If you guys are going to PC, why won't I go to PC too, where the game is going to be better? And you got to factor this in too, Paris. If I buy a Multiplat game on PlayStation, I'm 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, I'm paying way more money on PlayStation than I am for the Steam version. I can go to Green Man Gaming. I can go
I know. CD keys.
Yeah, CD key. I can go all these places and get it so much cheaper. I just don't think I get it for Microsoft because of their dynamic. To me, this is so bonehead for PlayStation, but like you said, and I'll let you have the last word, buddy. To me, this is bonehead for PlayStation. What are your final thoughts?
So, to your point on that, and again, I think we're actually very aligned in a lot of our thinking. But for me to do the double Uno reverse card on what you just said. We're really talking about people with that disposable income that is not afraid to spend $1,500, $2,000 on a PC, right? Yeah. To think that, hey, I could go buy, let's just keep it in today's terms. I can go buy a PS5 Pro for $7,000. Why am I going to go spend $2,000 on the PC and I'm still getting the games that I want to play? They're in 4K, they're in at a high frame rate, ray tracing and all that. I don't have that incentive to want to go to PC just because the games are available on PC. So if we take PC out of it and we just focus on the consoles, if I'm a PlayStation guy, just because a game is on Xbox or Switch does not mean I'm now all of a sudden going to drop my PS5 and jump over to the Series X or the Switch 2. I'm going to stay on my PlayStation and I'm going to continue to play my PlayStation games at release on PlayStation, the third-party games at release on PlayStation, and the Xbox games, some are coming at release, some might come, staggered, 6 months, a year later. It would still be the best place for me to play because I still have access to my entire digital library and I'm getting all the games. If anything, of all this that's going on, from a console perspective, PlayStation would still continue to be the dominant console, because it will honestly be the only place that I'm damn near guaranteed 95% of the games are going to show up there. Plus obviously the ones that are exclusive to PlayStation are going to be there from a console perspective. I think PC is a variable that there's going to be a small percentage that would actually stop, that would not go buy a PlayStation 6 and decide, well, I'm just going to spend $2,000 and go get a PC and play over there. And now I don't get God of War at release. I don't get Ghosts of Yotei at release. I got to wait until they come 12, 18 months later.
Yeah.
That's how I'm seeing it. So that's why I'm seeing, okay, they're doing strategy. I get it. It's weird. Again, people give me crap for all the shit that I've said over the past couple of years. I get it. Because, some I got right, some I got wrong for sure. But at the end of the day, when you try and look at this logically, at least from my point of view, I don't think it changes that much for people that are already invested into an ecosystem, because I don't see enough of an incentive to leave your ecosystem, regardless if these games show up somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, I hear you, brother. Time will tell. We will see. But I appreciate it, Paris, for joining us and clarifying. And like I said, it's all love, brother.
No, it's all love. Let me say this before I go real quick. And again, I appreciate you coming up. Like, obviously the last time we had a conversation, I know it was a little more heated in the beginning, and then it was fine afterwards. But bro, I love this shit. I love it. Hey, criticize me all day. Yeah, trust me. I hit the little pot shots and stuff, but I love being able to then come and have what we're having right now, an adult conversation about it.
You hear that, Juice? Hey, Juice, you hear that? Talk your shit now. No, let me stop messing with Juice. Juice, you still there?
Yeah.
Juice,
I'm the hell out of Paris. Yo, PlayStation,
go ahead.
PlayStation that ate up all my energy this week. I can't even console war with you right now, Paris. I'm just going to sit back here.
No, I appreciate it, man.
Trust me when I tell you, bro. I don't take the social media stuff seriously. People are going to clip you, post stuff, and whatever. But it's like, all right, I'm here. So if you really got something to say to me, you'll say it to me, and we'll have that conversation. And it doesn't have to be toxic or anything. No. It's like, if we agree to disagree, that's fine. You know, at the end of the day, all I care about is great games, really. That's it. Just give me good games. And that's why I will say, and I'll shut up here, if trying to put games on multiple platforms all at once hurts the quality of the game, then don't do it.
Yeah.
Then don't do it.
That's my concern. The parallel
Soft
development,
problem.
and it's,
You know?
that's the problem.
Ubisoft problem.
Yeah, Ubisoft got a whole bunch of other shit going on too. There's a whole other discussion. But my problem is putting the CFO guy in charge, and he's looking. He doesn't have that artistic oversight to see the importance of how they used to handle the exclusives. I'm just concerned, but time will tell. Like we said. Thank you, Paris, for joining us. We're gonna start wrapping this up, and we're talking about some Deathstranding and some other stuff. But I appreciate you for coming on, brother. As always.
Of course, man. Talk to you soon.
All right. Shout out to Paris coming on, scaring the shit out of Juice. Juice got off the mic, had to change his pull-ups, his briefs. Cold Blood went completely silent.
Bro, I'm just playing Diablo and just listen to it. I knew exactly where it was going anyway.
Paris coming up here trying to Devo my chat. The hell you doing, Paris? Anyway, appreciate Paris for giving this point of view. Yeah, like he said, we agree to disagree. And my soapbox speech was not for Paris. He came here to clarify his tweet or whatever, which I mean, it's great to have him on. I don't think he needed to do that because we already knew that when he said, well, people shouldn't unless they were just trying to hate, that he was talking about himself too, like we'll all be laughing at each other. But like I said, I just think that well, honestly, right now, I'm in a mood where I don't care what people are going to do in the future. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give a damn. I'm thinking about right now, and right now I'm pissed the hell off because I bought this goddamn console and I want them to whip out great games. And this guy's talking about we're going to pay less money, or we're gonna cut back on the fundage, and the games are no longer going to support the hardware. Like, bro, get out of here with that, bro. Go to Microsoft with that. Like, get out of here. But
5 years ago, my opinion on PlayStation changed since 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, bruh.
Like, if you would have asked me questions about PlayStation, ain't no way they putting that shit on Xbox. Dang, Helldivers.
None of us
2.
thought that.
Bang.
None of us thought
You
that.
know, and then all of a sudden, Helldivers 2, bang. I said, oh, shit.
Yeah, none of us thought that.
And then the tweet. So, you know, I come at a lot of Paris takes, but to try to go back 5 years at what somebody said about this volatile ass damn gaming, it's hard. It's hard for me to come at somebody about something they said 5 years ago.
Yeah, nobody thought. Yeah, nobody thought they would see this day. I think but I think people are pulling that up because they remember that if you look at the full context, people went back 5 years and dug up his tweet because he was saying, hey, look, he was just saying it observationally. That's why I wanted to get him on, but I thought it would probably be better for us to do it later. But no, he clarified that he was just saying it observationally. Like, man, 5 years from now, our kids will look back at, you know what I'm saying? Which, if he's saying it observationally, he's not ridiculing people that find exclusives fundamental. You know what I'm saying? Where people pulled and tied both tweets together because they felt like his tweet about people looking back at laughing at us was downgrading or making fun of people that find exclusives fundamental. I don't think that was the purpose of the tweet. The purpose of the tweet was, as he explains it, is observational. Hey, when people look back at this, like I said in my example, in 2035, 2040, people will look back at us and say, oh, you guys were playing on consoles. Doesn't mean that consoles are irrelevant now. It's just observationally in the future, people will make that. If that was the purpose of the tweet, I don't mind it. That's why I didn't respond to it at all, subliminally, whatever, directly, whatever. I, though, don't even want to entertain that. I don't even want to entertain the joke. I don't even want to entertain it right now. I'm mad as hell. and I want my cash now. I'm on some JD Byrider or whatever the hell. I'm angry as hell, and I want my cash now. I'm angry as hell, and I want Totoki out now. I want him gone.
I hear you. Like, that's where I'm at. If more information come out, maybe I could think more logically about it. But as of right now,
what more information do you need?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
There's no more information.
It could be anything. But I'm just saying, that's the only thing.
Them saying, yeah, it's gonna take a while. No, look.
No.
If it's gonna be it's gonna take us a while to put them on the Xbox, but they're gonna come. That's gonna make it any better.
My problem is y'all crazy. Obla, something wrong. I deal with this ass.
Obla is stupid.
This me and him in Discord. You should hear us yelling at each other in Discord.
That's why I've been trying to get y'all to go live while I'm being treated like I'm a star at work. I'm trying to get y'all to go live. And
yeah, I'm trying to say, man, you go live, but you don't be wanting to do it.
That shit would be fire. But yeah,
that's too much work, brother.
Okay, listen to it.
But I gotta agree with Cold Blood there. I think we got all the information. Now people can, like I said, Paris has his opinion. Thrash is on a whole different spectrum. Porter Rock is on a different spectrum. I can respect people's opinions. That's not the problem. My problem was for the specific brass that's like, oh no, this is all about console war. You just want to tap about Twitter. I don't give a fuck about Twitter. I really don't give a fuck about Twitter. I'm hardly on Twitter now because I gotta work. You think I'm gonna get fired to get on Twitter? I don't give a fuck about Twitter. You know, this is about 40 years of gaming. I've seen what worked. I've seen what didn't work, and I don't have faith in Hiroki Totoki, and I don't have faith in this new strategy. I do feel like the games are going to be watered down. He spoke to, so he said two critical things. I'm pulling funding back, or we're going to scale back funding so they're not as expensive. And two, we don't need our games to push our hardware. Those are two staples, as far as I'm concerned, on why PlayStation games are so great now. So you take those two away, it's like taking away two legs from a four-legged chair. The shit's going to collapse. So, you know, time will tell. We'll see.
Problem though, bro. If it's just an artistic problem, I would say okay. I don't see the financial benefit of it. Xbox worked their games to PlayStation because them motherfuckers don't buy games.
They don't buy shit.
So now we're going to send our games to the wasteland of the Xbox store where they don't buy shit in.
Yep.
So when everybody keeps talking about, oh, they looking for more money. More money where? There's no money over there. That's why they're coming over here to the land of milk and honey. Because there wasn't no money over there.
I think I've dealt with CFOs before. I've had fireside chats with CFO. Matter of fact, the company that I work for, CFO sat down with a bunch of us one time and was like, yeah, I'm going to become a firefighter. We're like, what? Huh? What the hell? Like, you're going to become I'm done with this shit. I mean, because they got to think about where to squeeze. A CFO's job is to try to find out where they can squeeze money from. That's why over an artistic product, it's not the best to have a CFO totally in charge. Give you a prime example. What's Amy Hood? Is she the CFO of Microsoft? What is her position? Amy Hood. I think she's a CFO. Amy Hood, Microsoft.
What happened to the other dude that actually announced them going third party?
Oh, Tim Stewart? Yeah, he's still there. He's the CFO. Well, no, what is Tim Stewart's position? I don't know. But Amy Hood is the CFO of Microsoft. My job had that. The company that I work for has that dynamic where the CEO walks around with the CFO, and the CFO is a check and balance. Like, before you do that, think of the financial ramifications. Think of the implications of this and that financially. CFOs are a great check and balance. They don't go to school for, they're not trained, they're not educated on looking at certain dynamic parameters outside of money. They are financial pit bulls. Is there money there? Is there potential money there? So wherever they think that there is revenue, they will squeeze that. Here's the problem. Under other industry, what PlayStation wants to do makes sense. Like whatever Hiroki Totoki wants to do in other parts of the industry is great for for Sony. Gaming is a different animal. It's more artistic than it is, product assembly like. You can't duplicate great games and just, you can't do it like that. There has to be a talent involved. You can't go to an untalented team and duplicate what a talented team done and get the same results or even have anywhere close to the same impact. It just can't happen. And because he's not cultured in that dynamic, Hiroki Totoki is taking the mindset of, there's money there to squeeze her, and he doesn't understand that when he squeezes that money there, he's cannibalizing something else. That's just the way CFOs are wired. I've sat down with I've sat with plenty of them. That's how they wired. So as soon as I heard him, and as soon as I found out that the CFO was just in charge, I didn't know he was going to be head of Sony, but as soon as I found out he was in head of PlayStation, I warned everybody. I said, this is not going to be good. And here we are. So.
We put the dude that buys the art supplies and said, be in control of the art studio, pretty much. That's what we did.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't have a budget guy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm going to give you a purple and a white, but I'm trying to draw a field, a green lush field. Make it work. I just imagine, CFOs put you in the mind of Ben Stein from the Wonder Years and shit. Make it work. You don't trust me. I've been Fortune 500 for decades. I've sat with these motherfuckers. I've testified in court. I know how these motherfuckers are wired, man. They know over an artistic product like gaming. Well, I mean, what does white and purple make? Make it look green. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how they roll. And CFOs have to be like that. They have to be people like that, and they also have to be extremely arrogant because the way that they're trained, you on the opposite side of me, you're always wasting money. You just waste fucking money. Look at all that tissue that you roll to go wipe your ass. That's an extra 70 cents per roll that you're like. Their mind state is everybody around me is wasteful, and how can I reel in their waste? That's how they roll. But there's supposed to only be a check and balance. The Amy Hood, Satya, Nadella dynamic. That's why it works for Microsoft, not necessarily Xbox, but that's why it works for Microsoft. Because because there's a check and balance in it. Amy Hood, I'm sorry, would be a horrible CFO. She's a great she would be a horrible CEO. She's a great CFO. So now this guy's running amok and he has no check and balance to him. And in that fireside chat that they had with PlayStation, shout out to Porter Rock for pointing that out to me too. They talk so much about, what Totoki wants. Well, Totoki said this. Well, Totoki wants this. Shout out to Cree with the $5. He says, Amy Hood was never negligent as hell for a long time toward not only Xbox, but the entire division. Being Mixer, Windows Phone, Zoom. Amy Hood was negligent as hell for a long time. Oh, well, here's the thing. I think Amy Hood came in during the area that Steve Ballmer was let go. Let me see if my business, hold on. We're getting close to 2. I got to make sure my business partner. See, this is why I didn't want your ass in the chat. I knew you was going to cut back my time. Let me see. Hold on. Make sure we still got some more time because we're in a good spot.
Final Fantasy 16 sold 20,000 in the first week.
Now, yeah, I want to see those numbers. I got to validate those numbers and make sure that they're true. Okay, so no, he did not. text me yet, so he's not ready yet.
I only had, bro. I had only one question for Paris. When is the interview happening with Phil Spencer, where he tells us that the console is done? that will be the only question, but I didn't want to stop him there.
Yeah. Well, ironically enough, I feel like that is a question that people need to raise to PlayStation. I don't believe a fucking thing that they say until they come out, and there's action that has to be behind this, cold blood. Like, they got to come out and say, okay, we not this bullshit PlayStation blog thing that Herman Holtz did in 2020. Okay, we heard y'all. Enough of y'all are mad as hell about what we're about to do. Here's what it is in totality. Here's our game plan. Here's the window. Here are the games that we're targeting. Like, you at this point, you have lost the trust of potentially your biggest spenders. That is going to fuck you up. So you have to lay everything on the table. I know this is unprecedented for PlayStation and they think they're above it all. Not today. Lay everything out on the table. And then we get to sit back and watch. Just because you lay everything out on the table doesn't mean instantaneously now we all trust you again. We're going to sit back and watch and see what you do. And once you break what you laid out, it is what it is. And you can't,
We got a better chance of seeing the Epstein files than them come out and say anything about them.
And that arrogance is going to kill them. It hurt them with the PlayStation 3, and it's going to hurt them again. You can't be above it all here. This is major. Even Sean Layton spoke to it. Sean Layton said, and he said, I don't get what the problem is with us putting our games elsewhere, but the PlayStation community would throw a fit, so this is why we don't pursue it. He said that, I think he said that in the interview with Jay Barry and them, if my information is right. He said it, but he said it like a couple years ago or whatever, at the longest. So PlayStation is aware, but they're rolling this out. This, like, Cold Blood has said himself, and you can clarify wherever I'm wrong, Cold Blood, that they would do this by 2026. Like, they would start doing this, right? But I don't think any of us expected them to do it this soon. I didn't think they would do it this soon. Now, I could be wrong. Cold Blood could have thought that they were going to do it this soon. But I didn't think they were going to do it this soon. A lot of us were starting to feel like, okay, this is kind of
No. I told you that in 2023 already. So, hey,
okay.
Like I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
Yeah. And Amy Hood was around in 2013, but here's what you got to remember, Cree. When Amy Hood, the point of it wasn't just Amy, because I did a whole fucking series on this. Check it out, with Satya and Nadella and Terry Myerson. I was talking about all of them, and I even roped in Paul Thurrott in the Paul Thurrott think tank. As far didn't rope him in personally, but I roped in the data that he had brought to the table. Satya was like, any stench of Steve Ballmer, he wanted the fuck out of Microsoft. He even enacted the new tactic at the time, where he went to every division head and said, why should you exist? Explain to me why you should be here, why I should walk out of this office and you still are on payroll. Explain that to me. So even though Amy Hood may have drawn up the plan to dissolve a lot of this shit, she did it under Satya and Nadella's minds. Satya and Nadella wanted anything remnant of Steve Ballmer to fuck out of there. That's why Terry Myerson survived, because he was in charge of Windows as well. And Terry Myerson must have been like, hold on, before you kill me, I know how to make a mean peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Don't get rid of me. I heard you like peanut butter and jelly. And they just kept him for whatever reason. And he was in charge of Windows. And then they ended up getting rid of him. They found some reason with one of their chips that they found an excuse to finally get rid of him, because his big job too was to watch the purse strings of Phil Spencer. But then he started sympathizing with Phil a little bit, and he invested a lot of money into Crackdown 3, which ended up becoming a disaster.
Oh my
He really believed in that tech. So yeah, she was only working under the direction of Satya. Satya seemingly gave Phil a decade to make money before assuming direct control. No, you know what I think hurt? And I would love to hear Paris's take. See, Paris, you got to come back. I would love to hear your response on it, even though I don't think we would agree on the assessment. Here's why I think why everything changed. It started with, it's all because of Bethesda. Bethesda, Tim Stewart spoke to it. He said, look, when we acquired Bethesda, this is why there was no FCC or FTC and no CMA involved in the Bethesda purchase. That went over smooth like Sunday morning, right? And remember, Tim Stewart and them were like, no, we want Bethesda games to be better, first, better, or best, or something like that. We don't want to take these away from other gamers. They're going to be, remember, they were saying all that shit up to the prelude to the purchase. And then when the purchase happened, all of a sudden you got Phil Spencer sitting with Pete Hines and them. Yeah, this is all about games. You know, the game, Bethesda being exclusive to wherever Game Pass is at. Whoa! Remember, we saw the emails from the FTC trial. Whoa! What is this? It even pissed the fuck out of Pete Hines. Part of the reason why he's not there. He saw that and said, "Hold on, Todd Howard is out on tour. We got this. We're getting this news, you know, live through the public like everybody. How is Todd supposed to explain Bethesda games being exclusive, but ABK still being?" Multiplat. You know what I'm saying? Like, that pissed Pete Hines off, and probably part of the reason why he ain't there anymore. So I don't think that originally when they acquired Bethesda, they wanted to make those games exclusive. I don't believe that. I know, and again, that's why I roped in Paris, because I know Paris had direct contact with people, and they said, yeah, they at least suggested, yes, this is the direction that we're heading into. Because I think Phil Spencer got into Satya Nadella's ear. He's a SME, or subject matter expert. We call him SMEs. He's a SME about gaming. He's the CEO of gaming. So if Phil is adamant that Bethesda should be exclusive after all, God damn it, let's do it. Phil finally ushered Xbox into the black, out of the red, after decades. After decades of selling controllers. You know what I'm saying? In Minecraft, and, you know what I mean? And I guess Phantom Dust with the original assets, they're finally making money. You know what I'm saying? They're out of the red. So he's like, now that we're out of the red, I'm ready to sign checks, Phil. And, okay, you really want to make this exclusive? All right, buddy, let's make it exclusive. And that ended up fucking them for ABK, because Google, now I know this personally, this is where my contacts come into play. It was how Bethesda, the switcheroony was done with Bethesda, that prompted Google to become the snitch. They, from all accounts, are the ones that were leading the charge with FTC. That's why Dov Zimmerich, shout out to Dov, you still my homie, Dov Zimmerich. That's why Dov Zimmerich testified in the FTC trial.
I know that.
Yeah, the Dov Zimmerich is the co-creator of Google Stadia. When Phil Harrison went back to Europe, see, now y'all getting an education. Now my contacts are coming into play. When Phil Harrison went back to Europe, because he was like, fuck this, I'm done. I got it on good authority that Phil Harrison was like, these motherfuckers, well, I'll say semi-good authority. I haven't truly validated it. I just believe it when I heard it. Phil Harrison was like, fuck this, these motherfuckers ain't serious, because Phil Harrison also wanted to invest in Fortnite, get Fortnite, be invested in Fortnite before it hit the shelves, just so Google can be invested in it, and they could use it to propel Stadia, right? Ahead of all of the other cloud services. His contemporaries laughed at him. Look at Fortnite now. And then plus a whole bunch of other shit that's happened with Stadia. Phil Harrison was like, look, these motherfuckers ain't serious. Peace. You know what I'm saying? And went back to London. And slowly but surely, he just oversaw the company. He just managed it from afar. Went back to London, right? Or went back to UK, wherever he was from. Dolph Zimmering then started taking up, which was transitioning and taking over. He's the co-creator of the Stadia technology. When that shit happened, and because they were about to reboot Stadia, they had this thing called Bring Your Own Game. Remember, they were bringing the emulators into play. They were about to reboot Stadia when Alphabet, aka Google main company, pulled the plug. While they were talking about it behind the scenes, because ABK purchase had a lot to do with it, Google decided, hey, look, let's tell what the fuck Microsoft is doing. They're always snitching on each other about other shit, but they're like, we're tired of Microsoft just swinging their money around and doing shit. Google could have done the same thing, but they're scared of their own shadow. But anyway. So they went to the regulators and started snitching on Microsoft. Look, y'all, look what they said they weren't going to do with Bethesda. Look what they ended up doing with Bethesda. That caught the eye of the CMA. See, Microsoft made a miscalculation. They went to the EU to get approval because EU is bigger, has a bigger footprint than CMA. When they went to EU, they thought that would be good enough. It would just trickle down and cascade to the other regulators. Google went up them and went to the CMA and said, hey, we're going to work with y'all. Look at all this shit Microsoft was doing. Look at how they fucked us up with our Bethesda deal with Project Orion, all this other stuff, right? CMA said, interesting. That's why the deal was held up. Don't have short-term memory, y'all. The deal wasn't held up because of Call of Duty and PlayStation. The deal was held up because of what? Cloud gaming. Why would they believe that cloud gaming was in danger because of Microsoft? Because of how they handled Bethesda. So now Satya Nadella is looking back at this and he's like, fuck, we're going to use ABK to smash our competition. Not only totally eradicate Stadia, which they left, they got scared, kill this Amazon Luna thing from ever being a thing, but we're going to smash everybody that ever wants to go in the cloud or whatever. Because we're going to have the ultimate cloud service, because eventually the only place to play Call of Duty in the cloud is going to be xCloud. Smash. We can't do any of that. It's so bad that our cloud rights now got to be sold to Ubisoft of all companies. This is embarrassing. This is not as lucrative as we wanted it to be. Once that, and then he's looking back, I believe, and fuck, if we would have just did what we originally were going to do with Bethesda, this wouldn't be a problem. If we would have just had Bethesda Multiplat until we closed ABK, then maybe 3 years later made it all exclusive, we would own the world. And why can't we do that? Because I capitulated to Phil and made Bethesda stuff exclusive as soon as we did. That's why Satya took the keys. That's why he took the keys from him. Because on the biggest stage, he got him out of the block, and they did some things here and there, and and remember in 2018 it was such a big deal that Microsoft made $16 billion when PlayStation made $20 billion. Oh, that was a big deal because PlayStation was looking like, hold on, we did 2 to 3 times more in sales. And they're right behind us. They made $16 billion behind our $20 billion. What the fuck is going on here? That was a big deal to send ripples through the market. But on the biggest stage, which was the ABK purchase, listening to Phil failed him. And we had the FTC emails. Remember when Phil was spewing that bullshit about, and I believe, and we got the better product, and all that dumb shit, and how they would outsell the PlayStation 5. Meanwhile, knowing that the Series S was going to bottleneck the Series X, you sold Satya a bag of goods. He's done with you. as we say here in Pittsburgh, he's done with you. So there you have it. That is my long-winded explanation. But I'm curious on how Paris sees that whole ordeal. I see it as in Satya got tired, or not. He didn't get tired, but Satya said, "I can't leave the keys with you. Amy was trying to tell me to handle it this way. I trusted you as I should because you were my CEO of gaming over Amy. Now Amy is staring at me like I got 6 heads. We're gonna do what Amy wants us to do now. And you got to make it work."
And that's why I don't want to compare them to Satya to the Japanese Jerry Jones. Okay?
No, he did not.
No, we're not going to compare them to.
Oh shit! The Japanese. Oh god!
He gave Phil everything. He gave Phil everything he asked for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
How can I blame the CEO when he gives you everything, even against his own best
interest,
feelings about interest about it? That he gives you everything you asked for. He gave you $70 billion.
Yeah. Yeah. I totally agree, dude. No, that's why I said I don't like. Satya is bad because he's cannibalistic to the market. Like with this purchase and the way he's just, we're never been in a better spot. Make sure you clean up your desk and get the fuck out of here. I mean, he's cannibalistic. The motherfucker's like, he's like flowing lava through a mountain village. That motherfucker is destructive. You know what I'm saying? Clean up your
dress because I fired the cleaning lady too. So
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? So
you know what I'm saying? Oh, and by the way, Phil, you're running the cafeteria next week. What do you mean? They're all fired. Get down there before you're next. That motherfucker is destructive. He's corrosive. But I'm aligned with you. I don't blame him. He trusted Phil. And what did Phil do? Sold him a bunch of goods. I feel like that we have the best under nose. If a guy that just spits on his pop filter, you know, for podcasts and videos, if I can correctly, chronologically spell out the demise of Xbox before this series console came out, how the fuck does a CEO that making 6-7 figures, how come he can't do it? I'm not just talking about just saying, because that's a bilateral choice. Either Xbox is going to succeed and fail. No. We were able on this channel to chronologically say this is going to happen, that's going to happen, this, and it all fell in line. How can I do that? But
Phil was too emotionally involved, though. He liked the console war too. He was into the console war.
Yeah,
now you're CEO into the console war. Yeah,
yep.
You can't do that.
Yeah, you
can't make decisions for your business that way.
Yeah.
You can't.
I would have said to everybody that was like, Bethesda better be exclusive. I would have said, kiss my balls from the backside. You dumb motherfuckers. We gotta finesse this shit. Like and I remember saying that before the whole thing became a problem. I said, at the very least, what Microsoft needs to do, so you know, to ward off any potential issues, is leave the games Multiplat for a couple of years. Then after motherfuckers, you know, after these games come out, if they're hits, yank them. Had they followed that strategy, you know what I'm saying? Look, man, I've been doing this for so long. I'm not a bragger, but I'm just so the people on the other mic listening to this. I've been doing this for so long, and I know the habits of these motherfuckers. I got a video here that a year or two before it happened, I remember talking to a mutual friend of Mike Ybarra, somebody that I'm not saying Mike is I like Mike. I love Mike, but I don't talk to Mike. Me and Mike Ybarra have a mutual friend. And this was when Mike Ybarra was spewing all his shit about Phil Spencer, talking shit on, like sneak dissing Phil, trying to ether him all over Twitter, right? Talking shit on Xbox and Phil Spencer. I went to this mutual friend. I said, yo, tell Mike to chill, because one day he might be sitting in his office with his feet on the desk, sipping on his fresh cup of Java, and someone bursts through the door and say, Mike, emergency meeting, come on, you gotta hurry up. And he goes to that meeting, and fucking Bobby Kotick announces, we just been bought by Microsoft. I said, so he better chill, because he don't want to burn that bridge. I bullshit you not. I made that analysis and that prediction a year or two before it happened. Guess what the fuck happened? A lot of this shit is like pre-scripted, because people in this space and executives and stuff, they all just mimic each other. So when you hear certain things, they disguise it in a way for the general public, but if you're actually behind the curtain, you know what the code words mean. And this is why I'm telling everybody that is living in this fantasy island that Hiroki Totoki and PlayStation ain't going to do this stuff. They going to do it. And secondly, it's going to hurt PlayStation, as I was discussing with Paris, because when those hardcore people leave PlayStation, like Juice, let me just ask you, and be honest, Juice, if shit starts coming day and date to PlayStation, are you staying on PlayStation?
No.
Cold Blood.
No.
Cold Blood's gonna stay, right? You gonna stay Cold Blood, right?
Like I said, PS5 Pro is my last console, if that is the case.
Like so many, and I saw Old Man Gaming Guru. I saw that you said you'll stay. But most of us that are here, that know about this podcast, that know about this channel, y'all are leaving because you're going to say to yourselves, why would I stay here? And when they're hiring someone to make the game's parity on PC. So they're either going to be as good as or even better on PC if I got a strong enough rig. And
the fact they made PC gaming so easy now.
Yes.
It's not the same PC gaming as it was 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's very straight line now. That's the real difference. And once you do that, it don't even make no sense. It will be negligent for me to stay on PS if they do that.
Like Cold Blood said, you ain't got to pay for online on PC. Dang. And like I was, me and Terrence was chatting about it. Look, man, the games are cheaper there. Green Man Gaming, CD Key, all that shit. These motherfuckers are going to take that extra money, plug it into upgrading their PC, and get that money back and some on the cheap games. Humble Bundle, come on, man! Like, get the fuck out! Man, and they gonna look at that old ass lineup. Oh man. Shit, Little Big Planet 2, man. Yeah, that was the shit. Here, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna care about that old lineup.
Spend on PS5s alone.
Yeah.
I got an OG PS5. I bought a slim PS5, and I also got a Pro PS5. I put that money together. I got me a nice rig, man.
Thank you. And then, like Corbett also said. Yeah, AMD, you can build an AMD rig. Like, you don't need to spend all that money. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's all I had to say. I was agreeing with you.
Yeah. Brigadier Williams, shout out. There we go, brother. He says, that's true. I remember when MM2K said, Mike, you borrow, you should chill. Oh, that's right. I did make a video about that. I did. First, I talked to our mutual friend. I don't know if the mutual friend went back to Mike and said, Mike, you need to chill. Because he would have said, who that guy? That motherfucker with 30 followers? Like, who the fuck is he? And then I made a video. And I don't believe that Mike stopped because I said something. Eventually he stopped. But it didn't matter. The damage was already done. That's why they tossed that motherfucker out. You know what I'm saying? And Mike tried to play nice. You know, they took a picture together on the porch or some shit like that on the steps of Blizzard and did all this other shit. And he was so, you know,
Bro,
talking
they should have had their boxes, bro.
He's in the boxed already. Yeah.
They started taking pictures and stuff. Everybody's
Standing
like,
there laughing, bro.
Yeah. We just say should have had his like box and his name tag and shit in the picture too. Yeah. That's what
took the picture like stepbrothers with the sweaters on.
Oh man! Hey yo, I predicted it. Thank you, Brigadier. I forgot I made a video about that because these execs do robots, man. They get out here and they charm y'all and put and put on the gamer shirts and do all this other shit. Behind the scenes, they are robotic. They act like worker ants. They're all trying to simulate something and get the same result. And then they might peek over the corner. Oh, look at that mountain, that anthill over there. They're doing that. Okay, let's all do this. They all just emulate each other. You just got to understand what the code words mean behind the scene and what is it that they're likely to do. And I said, Mike needs to fucking chill. Thank you, Brigadier. I appreciate you pointing that out. I made a video on that. It's still on this channel. It says, I don't know how you port Ghost of Tsushima to Xbox without major rework of controls, as many control options are tied to touchpad. The same way that they ported it to PC. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The same way they ported it to PC. Andrew Wilkins says, Xbox games are always worthless fraud, and Lane Pass came out with the same old games that was in PS Now. You're too mentally small to debate the PlayStation gamer. Come on, Andrew, stop. $2 from Creed says, has Mikey Ball sent in a resume yet? Okay, these are older chats.
And when I asked Paris that question about the PC, we got to be more realistic. We saw an exodus of Xbox players go to PC, and a lot of them was the influencers who influenced other people to go to PC. So we gonna sit here and act like when they start putting their thing on PC, their games PC day and date, that it had no, there was no repercussions. Come on, man, we ain't gonna do that.
We should have asked Paris if he went to PC. Because you cannot talk about how nobody wants to pay $2,000 but then have a PC himself.
That is true. That is a good one. That was an honest question. That is a good question.
Y'all had a good back and forth going, and was very interesting. So I was trying not to jump in too much. That's why I just gave that one question, and it was kind of ingenuous. Nah, bruh. I saw a lot of y'all jump to PC. Yeah. Matter of fact, y'all became the PC Xbox fan. Like y'all didn't have Xboxes no more. Everybody had PC, and they was talking about how they played such and such on PC, and look at this on PC, and everything was PC for the last 2-3 years. Yeah. So to act like putting your game somewhere else is not going to change anything, no, it's going to change a lot. Because even new players, go ahead. Even the casuals don't care about old games. Yeah. They wait for the new 2K and stuff to come out. Nobody really cares about. It's a very minute amount of people that goes back and play old games.
Their old games, yeah.
5 to 10% of the whole everybody. That's it. A lot of people ain't going back playing them old games. Nobody are. So that library ain't going to fly.
PlayStation remasters everything anyway, so I don't need that old ass game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So when do we get the remaster of the remake of Last of Us 1?
Yeah, the remake of the remaster. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the Deathstranding 2 director's cut, man. Shut up.
He said the only way that would change, if it says Old Man Gaming Guru, is if Steam comes with an OS that knocks Windows out of the box. A move to PC is a move to Microsoft.
They do it already with SteamOS.
Yeah, they're already Yeah. Like if you want to,
let them go day and day.
Yeah.
They go day and date. I'm gonna be playing Stellar Blade naked. You crazy?
Bro, I'm not getting a PlayStation.
No, bro, you're gonna wait. No, you're gonna play her as a pregnant woman. That's what you're gonna do.
Yo, I saw that. I'm the sick person that made that, bro. Oh my goodness.
There's some sick motherfuckers out there.
Or her with a fucking dick.
Oh my goodness. The dick edition.
There are some deprived motherfuckers out there that's going crazy, going crazy all over, celebrating. I can do this. Make one titty bigger than the other.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
I can play Mr. Potato Head and put the right titty where the dick is and put the dick where the neck is at. Yeah, there's some special motherfuckers out there.
Downloaded about 1.5 million.
But yeah, man, it's going to be PlayStation gamers is going to be a rough ride, man. It's going to be a rough ride. All right, let's close out a couple things real quick. I gotta get out of here. Deathstranding 2, man. Deathstranding 2. Remember that wasn't supposed to chart, right? Remember that it didn't chart. It had failed because it didn't chart for most played during a week or some bullshit like that, something like that. And then it ended up being number 2 in the month of June when it was only out for what, 4 days or some shit like that.
Damn.
What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about the rumor that it wasn't going to chart and it actually charting and it being number 2? What do you think that says about not only the community, but the fact it shows you that exclusives, you know what I'm saying? Exclusives can still kick ass.
It also showed me the PlayStation buying power. That's the first thing it showed.
Exactly.
But that was console exclusive, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the buying power in PlayStation is crazy, and the Xbox always talk about something not selling, you know, and you know how that goes. So go ahead, Cold Blood.
Now, first of all, this just shows you how out of touch these Xbox podcasters are with reality. Like, they really expected this motherfucker to not sell at all.
Yeah.
Are you fucking dumb? Like, I have to ask that. Are you dumb? When the first one sold, what, over 5 million, you think the second one ain't gonna do at least that? You gotta be fucking crazy. After everybody finally gave it a try and actually most people liked the game, bro, of course the numbers would be much higher this time.
Yeah. Yep.
Then, second of all, yeah, I agree with Juice about the buying power of PlayStation. Like, goddamn, they showed up for this one. I can't even say nothing to the community this time.
Xbox ain't mad now. Wait till they see Ghosts, because we all love Death Stranding. Well, most of us love Death Stranding, but it's still kind of niche. What do you think Ghosts gonna sell?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how much Yota gonna sell, but probably 10 million at least.
Yeah, at least. And that's just the buying power of the PlayStation. That's why I don't understand going the opposite direction, man. It always goes back to that. Like, I understand why Xbox comes over here because we actually spend money. You know, I don't understand the other way around. Because remember, Final Fantasy 16 was a failure because they sold what, 2-3 million in 1 week. You know,
I think it was 3 million or something at launch.
Yeah. And then you go the other way, they talk about only sold 22,000 on their first week. Like, and it really don't matter how old it is, because you saw how Forza sold in PlayStation. If it's a good game, we'll buy it. Simple as that. That's how PlayStation fans, if it's a good game, we will buy it. Go in the opposite direction. I just don't, there's no money over there. There's no money over there. Well, it's money is for Game Pass.
Yeah.
Unless you're telling me you're making Game Pass deals and they're giving you a large sum of money for you to put PlayStation games on Game Pass, that's the only way I can see it being profitable. And if they do that, oh my Lord,
I want to respond to another creator's comment, Destin. Now, Destin ain't coming on here. He won't come on here. But he made the comment that, hey, people are sneezing out, 30 million consoles sold and 5% would still be. Bruh, not even 5% be buying shit, bruh. These motherfuckers cried and begged for Final Fantasy. I mean, you would have thought that they lost their house, that FEMA was coming to save them or some shit, or they needed help from FEMA. The way they were crying over Final Fantasy. Shout out to Ginger Prime. You had all that shit happening. Final Fantasy finally comes, and you have nothing else really out that week though. It gets as high as 4, which it should have been like 1 or something but whatever. It gets as high as 4, but 4 on Xbox is so low because they don't buy shit. It doesn't even chart the top 20, bruh. It doesn't even chart top 20 when there's hardly nothing else out. It doesn't even chart top 20. There's not cake over there. There's not cake over there. The juice is not worth the squeeze
at all.
But you're gonna fuck around and find out.
The perfect example to me was when Baldur's Gate came out. Baldur's Gate was a big.
Yep.
And they bitched it, and it was only a couple months later.
Yes.
And they bitched and they moan and money had and this and money had and that and Jesus blah 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 blah. Baldur's Gate, and it was leaked. Pretty much that one of Baldur's Gate developers was like, I don't even know why we even went over there.
Oh yeah, when Chris Drings, he didn't name Larian. He didn't shout out to Larian, but he didn't name Larian. But we knew the fuck he was talking about.
We all knew who he was talking about,
Like, bro. Like,
yeah.
bro.
So,
and I think they went on Xbox only because when they were doing the early access with Stadia, they were trying to stay true to what they said. They said, look, we're not playing that exclusive game. We want to be everywhere we can be, right? And they do all that. They got to deal with the Series S bottleneck only for Phil Spencer and Matt Booty to try to throw them under the bus and say that the developers got to get good. Larian Studios got to get good. Okay, and I think Larian...
That's crazy.
When they heard that from Phil, they picked up the phone and said, look, goddammit, we're not doing split screen on the Series S. That's that, or you don't take our fucking game. What's your choice, bucko? Okay, we'll take the game. We'll take the fucking game for $100. You know what I'm saying? And then just went with it. There's no cake over there. There's none. Now again, there might be some purchases because of the novelty, like, holy shit, Spider-Man is over here. You know what I mean? But that motherfucker would have to be, what, $49.99 and shit? You'd have to get a bundle like all of the Spider-Man ever made for $49.99, and it might do some numbers. You know what I mean? There's no cake over here.
No, it's not. It's not.
You basically have...
They were pissed that Final Fantasy wasn't on Game Pass, right?
Exactly.
When they pissed about that?
Exactly. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but Phil Spencer. You have motherfuckers crying.
Oh,
the game gets over there and it doesn't even chart. It doesn't chart. What are we doing here? So,
don't even chart.
Yeah, that's what I said. The CFO mindset is, oh, there's money there. Let me squeeze it. Oh, let me, they're just. They just can't help it, and that's where they're fucking up. But Deathstranding 2, it charting, and it's only on PlayStation, shows you the power of the PlayStation Store. shows you that within itself explains to you why a 5-year-old Forza, is doing well, is doing numbers because of the power of the PlayStation Store. It's not just putting your games everywhere at work, because Xbox put that game on PC. Didn't they put it on Nintendo as well? I think there's a Switch version of that game too that they were laughing at. Yeah, I think Forza Horizon 5 is on Switch. Let me look that up.
No, I don't think
not.
so.
Forza Horizon 5 Switch. What was the game they was making fun of the Switch version of? It's not currently on Switch. It's not on Nintendo Switch. Okay. I thought they were making fun of the Horizon 5 Switch version, whatever. Well, the game was on PC. It was on Xbox. It blows the fuck up on PlayStation. That's the power of the PlayStation Store. You're not going to have that reciprocated going to the Xbox Store. Because if that was the case, then it would have blew the fuck up on Xbox.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
I blame Phil and them for that though. If you keep giving me things for free though, right,
yeah.
or at a very discounted price, I'm going to expect that all the time.
All the time.
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
Because gaming can be is an expensive hobby. So
yeah, it's definitely an expensive hobby.
You gotta yeah, shit. If you're gonna reduce the cost for me to game by like 60-70%, oh fuck yeah. And then and what, Game Pass has been out since 2017? That really took fire 2018, 2019. But so for at least the last 5 years, you've been giving me all your shit through this. You've been saving me a wallop amount of money. Like, that is going to change your habit, as Xbox wanted, or Microsoft wanted. Really, they wanted you to change that habit, but they thought enough people would find that proposal lucrative that they would all change their habits. And no, it didn't. Number one, your games weren't good enough to spur such a change. For two, they were just only a vehicle to try out your games. Your games weren't that desired. And then two, that's a hardcore gaming model that they tried to market to the mainstream. The mainstream only wants to buy 2 or 3 games a year. And they're looking at the price effectiveness of it. They're like, hold on, I only buy 2 games a year, which equates to $140. If I get this Game Pass Ultimate, that's $240 a year? Fuck out of here. And 2 of the games that are in there, well, one is now, which is Call of Duty, but in a lot of cases, none of the games that I buy a year are in this subscription model. Like, fuck out of here. Now, if you play Madden and Call of Duty, maybe, but you gotta wait for Madden for 1 and for 2. You're still paying an extra $100. Right?
I never understand buying studios that already put their games on your console anyway.
That's them recognizing we don't have enough talent to homebrew these games, so we just got to take them. That's the Satya cannibalization part. No, why are we like trying to do this from scratch, Phil? You're no good. You're no good. Buy somebody. Here goes a check. Buy somebody. That's what it is.
Your voice kills me, bro.
just buy the motherfucker, Phil. Buy him. You're no good. You're no good. Just act like you're on Hollywood Avenue. Here goes some ones. Just buy somebody. Buy the motherfucker. Oh
my goodness.
Andrew Wilkins says, I'm the reason MM2K stopped being an Xbox fan. I showed him the divine light, which is the Lord PlayStation. Hey, yo, Andrew. Yes, Andrew, you're the one that showed me the light, brother. I appreciate it. Andrew Wilkins is crazy, bro. Oh, shit, that's funny. King Deuce says, they only beg for Final Fantasy, so when it comes, they can say, yeah, exactly. That's all it was. Most of these look, Xbox, the Xbox faithful, they play Twitter more than they play games. That's why they get so upset when you ask them for their gamer tag.
You need to make an MM2K t-shirt with that on there, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great t-shirt.
It's facts. They play Twitter more than they play games. That's
and it's
why.
Not even close, though.
That's why they get so fucking riled up. I'm just because instead of just, like my gamer tag is low as shit. I'll tell you. But that's why they get upset when you ask for their gamer tag.
A game they call in Game of the Year and everything else.
Exactly. Shit, me and Z was busted, he was busted motherfuckers talking about, Sea of Thieves is great. And we go look them up online and they're playing Sea of Thieves while they're at work and shit. How you I remember we was live on there. I ain't gonna name the motherfucker. I'm gonna spare him. You gotta look through Z's archives. Z called the dude up.
Bro.
Hold on. You playing Sea? What you doing? Oh, I'm at work, Z. What's going on? Well, right here, motherfucker, since you playing Sea of Thieves. Oh, man, get out of here with that shit. They sitting there playing Sea of Thieves. What they did is they turned the Xbox on and left it on. They're running up their electricity so they can run up hours. So I'm saying
that's ridiculous, bro.
That's like flipping the dudes that had like 40 hours in Hellblade 2. Like, come on, bro.
Yep, come on, bro. They leaving that. They running they're paying a higher electricity bill, so they can clock hours. Bro, it's crazy. Taking it off in power save mode, so they can play. So they can clock hours and Sea of Thieves, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. So.
Oh man, I'm gonna miss the console war, man. We got some good lists. The console war.
Last question. Last question. We gotta get out of here. What do you guys think about Xbox backtracking on OuterWorlds 2? I'll start with you, Cold Blood. What do you think about that? Them backtracking and putting it at 670 instead of 80.
They're heroes to me.
They're heroes? Okay.
Mm-hmm. They showed everybody how important it is for them that the player is satisfied with the game and the price and everything.
PlayStation pre-orders was very low. Bro,
they literally panicked when they saw they had nobody pre-ordering it.
Yep.
That was like, bruh, $80? Nah, we can't do that. We have to correct course immediately.
And I can't imagine it's any better. better. OuterWorlds, yeah. OuterWorlds 2 should be $49.99. I totally agree.
Yep.
$49.99. You got games like, it looks just as good. To me, it doesn't even look as good as Atom Fall. Atom Fall came out, several months ago? So this game is coming out later in the year. It doesn't look as good, and you're charging almost double the price. Well, you were trying to charge double the price because I think Atom Fall is $40. So you were trying to pay double the price of Atom Fall. Atom Fall is an open world, thing too. Yeah. What you think about it, Juice?
Yeah, it was the pre-orders. And they said, damn, PlayStation people buy everything.
Yeah.
But they ain't buying this. They said, shit.
Yep.
Yeah. You can't charge us $50 for the first one and then say this is almost double as good as the first one. Then you see the trailer like, nah, brother.
Like, nah, Bucko, nah.
We all know this is a Fallout ripoff.
Yeah, exactly.
Lower budget Fallout. You're gonna charge us $80 for lower budget space Fallout ripoff.
Yep.
Nah, we ain't doing it. And it might be too late though, because people might have moved on. They might have already pre-ordered something else. See, it's always a time because everybody don't have unlimited disposable income. So what if I was going to pre-order this and I end up pre-ordering Yote?
Yeah.
I just pre-order Yote. I can't. I only got the money for you now.
Yep.
This is a huge mistake. Yeah, this might be a huge mistake that we look back on, and this might be the last one we get. Because you know how Microsoft did, you know? So this might be the last one. Might be the last one we get. And this show, don't be too greedy. You can be a little greedy in gaming, but don't be. That shouldn't have been your first 80 game. Your first 80 game should have been Call of Duty.
Should have been Call of Duty.
Because you know the Call of Duty people going to buy it regardless. They don't care what you. Because none of them buy the $120 version anyway. So
yeah, exactly.
You could have got that off for $80 and then slowly rolled in the rest. But Microsoft, again, tried to take the $50 game and turn it into the $80 game, and it bit them in the ass. Now the sales gonna be horrible because most PlayStation people probably moved on already.
Yeah, they aimed it. Yeah,
bro. What they should have done is say the standard edition is $50, and if you want the season pass or whatever, then you pay $80.
That would have been smart. Because then you feel as though you're getting more value for the $80 though. So you gotta feel as though the consumer gotta feel as though they're getting over a little bit too, you know. So I definitely pay that $80 for the season pass because they usually do about one or two. They did 2 last time, 2 DLCs. So they probably give you 2 DLCs, you know, and you get a special outfit or something like that for $80.
They probably ain't even gonna go that far because the game is gonna sell like shit.
Yeah, probably. You probably ain't getting them. You ain't getting them. Yeah, I think this game is gonna bomb. I do.
Even if they raised it to $60, it would have passed because everything else went up $10. So when it came out $50, everything was $70.
It should have been.
So with the $80 game, I would have raised it to $60, and then like Cold Blood said, for the extra $20. The extra upfront money for the $20, I would have did the season pass and stuff.
There was nothing compelling enough from them to justify $80. It didn't look compelling enough to justify to a mainstream gamer. Oh, I'm gonna pay $10 more than typical for this. And then for those of us that know who they are, we know what they are. They're a AA studio that has been working on AAA polish. When you look at Avowed, all of it, like you said, Avowed is a generic ESO with just a little bit more polish. That's all Avowed is. It's a single player ESO with a little bit more, you know, triple digital spit and shine visually. That's what it is. And so we know what they are. It ain't no damn way that anything they produce is worth 8. It ain't fucking worth 70. You're 60, maybe. You probably should have had that at 52. You know? But
I could have just saw them justifying at 60 because everything went up $10. But it really should have been 50 again. It looked like the same game to me. And you know how you could just add on assets because you already got these assets, so they just add on assets. You already had certain bones of the game already made.
Textures,
That's all you know, like little things like that. But when I saw that 80, I just giggled. Like, well, I thought I was gonna buy it, but you know, never mind. The one was 80. I'll get it 2 years from now when it's $25 on the spring sale and something like that. But I'm not giving you $80 for that game. No, I can't give you $80 for that game.
Absolutely.
And Yote is still charging me $70.
Come on,
bro. And Deathstranding charged me $70.
Come on, bro.
But you want me to pay $80 for that? Go ahead, brother.
Like, come on, bro. Like, you know. It's like you go to a grocery store. Like, motherfuckers, they think motherfuckers are stupid. You go to a grocery store. You look at this.
You know how much, Moth? You want to laugh? You know how much it would have cost me to get OuterWorlds 2?
How much?
Oh shit!
€90.
That's crazy.
Yeah, €90, bro.
OuterWorlds 2, like, and nothing like you would have thought that they would have had the most edited cinematic trailer out there to justify this price, and they let IGN put out a fucked up, funky trailer. They put out something that was uninspiring. Like they literally, again, these are people that are untethered to the culture. So they literally thought, oh, just put it out there and see what they'll eat. That's what they thought, and they fucked around and they found out. This is what Microsoft. This is how incompetent they are when it comes to games. They just have a lot of money. That's it. Microsoft would not. I think we can all agree, whether you're an Xbox fan or not, we can all agree that as bad as the ABK purchase was for gaming in totality, if they didn't buy ABK, Xbox would be closed down right now. Do you guys agree? I think we can.
That's a good point.
They would be on the verge of shutting down right now. The console sales would be hitting the ground. They would have no IP to really lean on. What they going to lean on? I mean, yeah, they could have put games on PlayStation, but I think the thing that's making it. I don't even want to say keeping it afloat. I think that's making it worth it is the potential profitability of ABK, but like Microsoft.
Also, they invested it too, though. You can if you invest $100 billion between Bethesda and ABK.
Yeah.
You're going to keep that business open a little longer to see if you can get your money back too. So it's also we invested too much for this shit to fail.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna put shit on PlayStation. I'm gonna put shit everywhere. It's gonna be shit on your fucking refrigerator. Your refrigerator, Xbox, goddamn it. Your extra sketches of goddamn Xbox. I don't give a fuck what it is. We're gonna try to get our goddamn money back. And I think that's where Satya is right now. But I totally agree with you. I never thought of it that way. I really didn't.
Yeah,
they probably would have been gone.
They'd have been gone, man. At least the platform part. Now they probably would have said, all right, and everybody would have been gone except for Matt Booty. Like Sarah Bond would be gone. Everybody would be gone. Like, and they probably would have just been like a publishing company. They'd have just said, look, we got to start making profits. We are going to lose a whole bunch of revenue because we're getting rid of our storefront. But, at least we'll be able to show profit gains, off of our revenue from here on out because of us selling, just selling games, and we're going to sell games on PlayStation. I bet you that would have happened because the platform itself is just was such in a horrible spot, and it was destroying the revenue, and the only thing that justifies even trying something is ABK. So William Biggiter said, "Yep,
that's a great
80
point,
euros
man.
for the standard edition here and 90 euros for the premium edition. That's fucking crazy."
Hell no.
No.
If you're dipping in cold blood strip club money.
You know what I'm saying? He can borrow some from Phil after Satya gives him the check. Make sure you give some of this to Cold Blood too. Don't you enjoy no shaking titties without him?
Tell Lacey I said hi.
That dude, man, I tell you, woo, God, Microsoft. And Xbox people, if you want to sit there and talk shit and say, see, their games are coming over, okay, fine. But this does not validate Xbox at all. You're in a bad way. Just as I predicted before, you guys are in a bad way. If you're a fan of Xbox, albeit a platform or service, you're in a bad way.
I feel sorry for them, man. I used to be a Sega guy. I was on the other end of that at once, man.
Yeah.
One day I woke up and they said, "Oh, we're not making no more games for Dreamcast." I said, "What?"
The original Xbox was the shit with Seamus and all them and Peter and I didn't know who any execs were, but I knew who Peter Moore was. Peter Moore was the shit. Like the old Xbox used to be the shit. It's just when they got rid of Balmer, they brought in Satya as the CEO, and then instead of going with Ybarra, they went with Phil Spencer. That was the beginning of the end. And I know people say Phil Spencer saved Xbox. He saved it in name only. This is not the same Xbox that we had. He saved it in name only.
360 was the shit.
Yeah.
I remember seeing I go to somebody's house and they playing Mass Effect 2. I'm like, what the fuck are you playing, man? And I watched them play that. I went and got a 360 immediately. So I'm talking that. See, this is the problem I had with that whole interview. Talking about it don't matter if that was a 20 out of 20 games.
Yeah.
It do matter, bro.
Yeah.
It do matter. The Mass Effect 2 made me get a 360, man. One game. I saw him playing through in the storyline and all that stuff. I'm a big RPG guy, and I watched him play that game. The next day, I got a 360, and I had PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3. It did not matter. It don't matter. I would if it's just for one game. If I was an Xbox fan, I would have bought a PlayStation just for The Last of Us. If that might have been the only PlayStation game I had, but I would have had.
That was the game that convinced me, bro. That was the game that convinced me to get a PlayStation. Was Last of Us 2. You know what I'm saying? Like at first I started.
It only takes one.
Yeah. Like I beat God of War 2018 and I was like, oh, that was a good game. Wow, PlayStation made a good game. Okay, and I was going about my business until Last of Us 2. When Last of Us 2 came out, I said, oh, hold on, and I was like, no, I got to get a PlayStation. I have to get one. So I mean, and I got a Pro at that. Made me get a PlayStation 4 Pro. Got the Pro tape.
Inches away from getting the Xbox Series X, right? The one game I was waiting for, because I was a huge Bethesda fan, was Starfield, bro.
Oh.
If Starfield would have came out and been another legendary Bethesda, I would have a Series X. That's why when he said that nonsense, Starfield could have been a such and such, it wouldn't matter. He's a damn lie. I had my money ready to buy a Series X.
I'm gonna tell you this: the mistake that people make when they have that argumentation, Juice, is they are looking at bad data. We call it junk data, and I know this for a fact when it comes to that because we did it. Well, I did it first too when I was getting into cloud gaming and Stadia. There was this big ass NASDAQ report that was like, no. Before the NASDAQ report, there was all this data telling us or suggesting to us that mainstream gamers would be cloud gaming by 2023, that they were all going to flip the cloud gaming by, and so we were all looking at all these datas and the study and stuff like that, and I fell for it too. It didn't curb my decision. I just thought like, oh shit, we're going to get more and more people doing this by 2023, right? But then a NASDAQ report came out. And the NASDAQ report broke down everything because NASDAQ is like, look, we don't fuck around here. Y'all can make all y'all suggestive rumors all you want. We make money off this shit. NASDAQ report came out and said by 2027, the cloud gaming community is only going to represent 7% of gamers. That's in 2027. They said this in 2021. No, in 2020, they said this. They said 7 years from now, the cloud gaming community is still going to be at 7%. And that changed my perspective. I said, look, this is going to be a slow trip. This is not going to come to fruition anytime during our lifetime. People got mad at me. Oh, no, you're lying. I remember when I got my PlayStation 5 day one. Why'd you get that? Imagine, and I love Stadia, but imagine Stadia gamers getting mad at me for buying a PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Now, a lot of these motherfuckers.
Wait. The biggest bumps of the community were mad that you bought a PlayStation?
I said the biggest, but I won't say all that.
That's how you were the biggest bumps. I'm sorry, but it's the fucking truth.
But there's a lot of gall. You're a Stadia gamer, and you're like, and let me just tell you the background of the average Stadia gamer. They haven't been gaming for a while. They don't like spending a lot on gaming. There were some Stadia gamers that, like me, were just enthralled in the tech, being able to play on the fucking cloud. Play on a web browser. That enthralled me, and I was getting 60 frames per second. I was all on the tech part. There were Stadia gamers, but the average Stadia gamer was doing it for the economics part of it, right? And the access part. That's why they were doing it, for the access and the economics.
Yes, Moss. That's why I say the biggest bum gamers at the time, because of the economics.
Okay.
You're gonna repeat that, huh? Okay.
But
bum gamers. That's messed up.
But my thing is, I'm a gamer, right? And so Stadia can be added to my portfolio, and I can still get a console. No motherfuckers was mad at me because imagine. That's what I'm saying. Just think about it. Imagine being a Stadia gamer, and you're mad because someone buys a PlayStation.
I can't imagine that, Mo.
You made it, man. But again, the mindset was, and that's why I exempt them a lot from these conversations, because they be having conversations too, like, oh, this is all console warring. I'm not talking to them. I exempt them because I understand their mind state. They're a completely different brass, and they don't belong in this overall mainstream conversation, because they still haven't come to grips with that cloud gaming. As much as I love it, and you still use it a whole heck of a lot, if not the most way to game, it's going to be a slow drip. It's going to happen down the road. It's still, a lucrative thing to get into as a long-term investment. It's a great way to game as well. But for it to be a mainstream vehicle, it's going to take some time. They're still having a hard time reconciling that. And so back then, when they were still listening to all these rumors, instead of listening to that NASDAQ report, they were like, what are you doing? Cloud gaming is about to take over. You better send that PlayStation back, sir. And I'm looking at them like, okay, you can keep eating lead chips all you fucking want. I'm going to be playing I'll be playing Stadia, and I'll be playing my PlayStation. So, yeah, you get a lot of people that they're in these certain groups, and they have their certain belief systems, and they want to call you out and just and demagogue you and say, oh, you're only doing this and you're only doing that. I just sit back and I say, I start asking questions. What are the type of games that you like? How do you game? What is the platforms that you game on? How long have you been gaming? I understand now. I understand now. Go ahead and fuss to yourself. My conversation isn't for you. Like when I left there and I started doing content back on PlayStation and Xbox again, I had a lot of people hit me up. Why do you keep talking about Xbox so much? I love Xbox. I get why you love Xbox. The thing that you had invested in the last few years died on you. The next accessible cheap thing is Xbox. There's nothing wrong with you doing that. I'm talking to mainstream gamers that have a certain expectation from Xbox, and they're never going to get it. I'm trying to talk to them. So you can go ahead and do your thing. But yeah. Funny, yeah. But the reason why I brought that up is because there's a lot of junk data that people fall into, Juice. Like there was that junk data about cloud gaming taking over in 3 years from 2020 or becoming mainstream in 3 years. There's junk data about, all these young kids, they don't care. They play on their tablets. They don't care about it. That is true. But here's why the data is junk. The average age of the average gamer is in his 30s. So until those mofos hit their 30s, it don't matter what they think. We run this. That's 35 above run this stuff. So yeah, and the people that are 35 and above now, they still play on hardware. They still have an attachment to exclusives. You know what I'm saying? So until our kids hit their 30s, 35, that's why I said this will all be silly in 2035, 2040. But until that happens, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. So, all right, y'all. I got to call my business partner because we should have been fuck out of here. I don't know what's up. I hope you all right. We're going to get out of here. Any final thoughts before we get out of here? Start with you, Cold-Blooded. Any final things you want to talk about before we get out of here?
Xbox, keep releasing your games on PlayStation Plus, please.
Yeah, don't play.
You playing Diablo?
Yeah, buddy.
I have to keep doing it.
Keep doing it. I mean,
Diablo.
Soon my Game Pass is gonna be done, and I'm not renewing that motherfucker at all.
Yeah.
So keep releasing on PS Plus, please.
Yeah, that would help me too. Yeah, keep your shit on PlayStation Plus, so I ain't gotta have multiple subscriptions. Juice, any final thoughts before we get out of here?
Yeah. Make great games and people will come. Phil. That bullshit you said in that interview was bullshit. Yeah. Every system, my first PlayStation was because of Final Fantasy VII. One game. Okay, and I could say my PlayStation 2 was for GTA. One game, like one game sometimes just made me push, like, me spend this money now. So the bullshit that one game can't change somebody's mind to buy a console, it's not about a library. We all gamers. We love great games. Make great games. That's all I gotta say on that.
Go ahead, keep talking, y'all. Hold on one second.
Mm-hmm. Cold Blood, I might jump on that. You gonna make me download that shit. I saw it. I put it in my library. You gonna make me play it. Cause you told me that's why your ass been so quiet through this whole stream. Cause your ass been playing the game.
Well, I was listening, and when I had something to say, I said it. So I don't know.
I can tell when you're gaming, though. I can tell. Bro. Yeah, man, that nonsense talking about some great games don't bring people to your console. That's crazy.
Well, not anymore. Like, bro, that train is long gone now. Like, you can put out the biggest fucking game of this generation, and I still not buying a fucking Xbox. I just get it on PC.
Yeah, true.
And usually I just would have just trust Bethesda, but that goddamn Redfall came out before Starfield. I said, whoa.
Oh my God.
I said, whoa, let me just hit the brakes before I pay this $500 for this damn X. And I'm glad I did, man. I'm glad I did.
This is why I say that what Totoki is doing is dangerous, because it's all about pumping out games. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so we had Phil say that Crackdown 3 was the game that Xbox gamers deserve, right? And it ended up being dog shit. So maybe he thinks that Xbox gamers deserve dog shit. But anyway, we'll say you didn't get the point then.
Mm-hmm.
He introduces and releases Redfall. That's everything you need to know about the man and his competency.
And don't forget, that was the first game they released at $70.
Oh, yeah, that is? Oh, my God.
Oh.
Yes, I forgot about that. Oh, my God. Yes, that is true.
That shit just hurt my chest. God damn. That shit hurt my chest.
Oh, my God.
The sticker, remember the sticker on the physical edition, 60 FPS for not at launch?
He had to put a whole bunch of Wendy's stickers on there. You got some fast food stickers, put them on there. Oh my God, yeah, bro. Yeah, they went to Walmart and got a whole bunch of stickers and wrote on them motherfuckers. No 60 frames. Oh God, yeah. That tells you everything that you need to know about this man. So that's why I say, Xbox gamers, you want to get your licks in, I totally get it. Go ahead and do it. But having a sigh of relief like, oh, this validates what I've been. No, it doesn't. It just means that PlayStation is going down the shitter too. And if anything, and I find it funny, right? This is what's funny, and then we'll get out of here. I want you guys' thoughts on this though. I find it funny, like how people used to say, "Oh, gaming is in trouble. Gaming is in trouble," when it was only Microsoft carving out this path, right? When Microsoft was the only one vocal about this path, gaming is in trouble. They see it's in trouble because Microsoft was looked at as the bad guy. But now that PlayStation is, doing the same shit, just at a slower pace. Now all of a sudden, everyone's vindicated and gaming is fun. This is just the way gaming is going, and this is great. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know which way you guys are flapping or blowing at any time. You know what I'm saying? Like, which one is it? Is gaming in trouble because Microsoft is in trouble, or is gaming great because they're both fucking up? Which one is it? So I said, you guys gotta just
no, gaming is great when they can talk shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the only time gaming is great. As soon as you cannot talk shit, gaming is fucking dying.
Yeah, it's done. What do you think about that, Juice? We'll get out of here. Gaming is great now again because now both Xbox and PlayStation can be talked about together.
Yeah, it's just, they just want us on equal footing.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
Yeah.
If they fucking
But
up,
they are not. Look, they are not on equal footing.
Yeah, they're
No,
not.
but they just, in their mind, it is. It's the whole thing y'all just was telling me about the Final Fantasy 16. They just want it on it. They don't want to buy it. They don't want to play it. They just want to say it's on their system. It's the same thing.
Yep.
They're not going to. I guarantee you, they won't even buy Spider-Man, man.
Yeah.
They won't buy Spider-Man.
There might be more copies sold on Steam than there is on Xbox. They didn't sell shit on Steam.
It might be more than 20,000. It might hit 50,000.
He said 50. Oh shit!
Double the Final Fantasy 16. But
It said 50,000.
There might be 50,000 sold.
Oh shit!
Like,
Yeah.
this is why I don't want to have this conversation with any Xbox people. I don't even want to have this conversation with, they just trying to make more money. More money where?
Yeah.
More money where? We trying to sell steaks at the soup kitchen.
Yeah.
No, it's not good.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, oh my God, that was a perfect analogy. Oh. I'm pretty sure, Totoki's like, I'm pretty sure some of these bums here at the soup kitchen found some change on the street somewhere.
Yeah.
They'll put their money together and buy this steak. No. Well, maybe I shouldn't say bums. Maybe the homeless.
Be in a room with him right now, and he'll tell me it's not the fact they don't want to buy games. They don't want to buy them games. You understand? Yeah. Our games is so much better. They're going to buy our games. And that's just a delusion in his head. He's delusional. That's why I call him the Japanese Jerry Jones. He's the Japanese Jerry Jones to me right now. Yeah. He's delusional. He's in his own mind, and sooner or later he will get fired, and the time for him to keep congratulating himself will be at an end. Yeah, and I will be happy.
Yes.
But it's only going to take a good year, and they see the numbers, and that the same people he told that to going to see the numbers. Like, wait a minute, we had one of the biggest profitable years. Why are profits down? Oh, we was porting that thing, and it didn't do as well. Oh, really? Because Sony moves fast. Sony don't give you two chances. That's the one thing I like about Sony.
Yeah,
you don't get two chances.
Yeah, they will cut you, but the damage will be done. All right, we got to get out of here, y'all. I got to go meet my business partner. He called me, so get on to more work. All right, y'all. Appreciate everybody. Thank you, Juice, for showing up. Thank you, Cold Blood, as always. My schedule's still kind of fucking crazy. It's going to be like this until we get into the first week of August. And hopefully once we get to that first week in August, we can do go back to weekly podcasts and shows and shit like that. All right, y'all. We're out of here. Till next time. Have a wonderful gaming day. Peace. All right, y'all.